along?
Is it bad to be attracted to a cartoon fox that you don't even know that well?
Fuck me. Fuck me. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Butter dog. I love the butter dog.
The dog has been buttered. Any subsequent dog buttering is simply additional butter.
I need the additional butter. Good morning. Good morning, take two. Someone woke up 10 minutes before stream. I actually woke up on time, but I made the poor decision to respond to an important DM, and so all of my stream prep time went into answering a DM. Sorry for being 10 minutes late. No. No. I haven't changed the alerts yet, I'm sorry.
Yay, foxy.
Yesterday was so fucking busy, I vomited twice, chat. The first time I vomited, I woke up and I was like, oh, something feels kind of off, but I don't know what feels off. Like, my stomach didn't hurt, I didn't feel sick, everything felt fine. And then I started getting the saliva, you know, the saliva production. So I went in the bathroom and I just kind of like bent over the sink, you know, held on. I was like, let all the saliva drain. Because it's like, if you don't swallow the extra saliva that you get when your body's prepping you to vomit, for some reason, sometimes that stops you from vomiting. I don't know why. But then just out of nowhere, again, no stomach hurt, no like pre-lurching, no coughing, nothing. It just suddenly, instead of saliva dripping down, it was just like a giant vomit bomb and Nagasaki'd my sink. Like, it was bad. Holy shit, she's finally pregnant! I wish, but I'm not. You're not supposed to swallow it? You learned that one for your mother? Yeah. Oh no, not the sink! Yeah, I felt really bad, because, like, you're not supposed to vomit in the sink. Congrats on having your Twitter monetization back. Thank you! Thank you, I'm very happy to finally have my Twitter monetization back. I had all of you guys adding Elon Musk, so thank you for your service, dear honorable chatters, as it were. Thank you. And I had a guy, Tony. I don't know if I want to say Tony, man. Thank you. Tony reached out to Ashley St. Clair, and she actually helped me as well. So I was very surprised. So thank you, everyone, for getting the message out and finally ending my issue with fucking support, dude. Very Italian. Hey, Tony, you're fucking nice. Base Tony. Yeah, it was fucking beautiful, fucking wonderful. I forget how's my heart transplant friend. I talked to him last. Where is his DM? He talked to me last at around 12:18. Or he was like, I'm about to go down. I'll update you if I live. Praying emoji. And I sent him, for when he wakes up, all the thread of nice wishes you guys gave him.
New absurd emoji ridden copy pasta just dropped.
Oh no.
Long to fit in TTS. I put it in stream suggestions. You feel better and don't vomit too much in the drawer. Heart emoji, less than 3.
I will try my best. Thank you, Brave SJ, for the $25 doodle. Thank you. So yeah, he's been in surgery since 12/18. I don't remember how long Tim's mom's surgery was, because she just had the same thing, but she was in a bit of a better position. She was just kind of chilling at home, you know, doing her own thing, living everyday life, and then they called her up and they were like, hey, we got your thing, come get surgery.
Hey guys, smash that like button, leave a comment, push me in the algorithm.
I can't remember exactly what the complication he was having was, but he was having some sort of complication, and so like 3 or 4 months ago, they were just like, you're living in the hospital now, you're actually not able to go home because of the state of your heart at the moment. So you just gotta wait here until we get a heart, if we get a heart. Jeebus? Yeah. He's not been having a fun time of it, because he's just like, yeah, the food's not great, the Wi-Fi is not great, I'm just bored out of my mind every day. God, that sucks. It does. So I'm glad he's getting the surgery now, and hopefully when they bring him back to consciousness, he will poke me and be hugged by all of your warm messages. It'll be very nice. Hospital bed sucks. It really does. He's like, I've lost like 30 pounds since being in the hospital. Like, I don't know what it is. That is a great weight loss program. Legitimately would choose to die at home rather than sit in a hospital for that long. I mean, maybe, but you know. Hey, oh, Tony, hope you get well. No, Tony was the guy that helped me with the Twitter stuff. Kirsche's pregnant auto summary thinks so. I'm not.
To inflate my penis like a dick
What the fuck is that auto summary? You'll be as good insurance is the kind of thing that drives people to bankruptcy. I have no idea the state of his insurance. So yeah, I hope so too. I hope so too. Literate. They actually force you to eat healthy food. It's bland and doesn't taste good. You also lost weight in a hospital stay. Yeah. Yeah, I visited my mom in the hospital plenty of times, and she would just be like, food here is garbage, I hate it, bring me some fucking good food. You don't want to die at the hospital, and then they hand your mom that bill? Oh god. I need to think about looking into what insurance might cost, because I just haven't had health insurance since I got kicked off my dad's plan. Because they were just like, oh, under Obama, you're too old now, so you can't use your parents' insurance. That's great news. Yeah, smuggle in the Cheems burgers. There's no red 40 in the hospital food. You've had good chicky nuggies and tomato soup at a hospital cafeteria once. Yeah, I don't know how I would survive in the hospital being a texture eater. Because, like, if I put some of that shitty hospital food in my mouth and it triggers my texture autism and I just vomit, like, we're gonna have problems, man. The cost of health insurance nowadays is fucking nuts. Yeah, back before Trump became president when I was trying to get insurance for myself after Obamacare was like, well, you can't stay on your parents after you hit a certain age, so we're gonna just, you need your own now. And I remember looking into it, and even back then, I wasn't making like a whole lot of money. Like I was living pretty nice, right? Like I was above minimum wage, but it wasn't like crazy. And they were like, well, you make too much money to get on state health insurance, so you need to buy your own. And I was like, okay. And I go and fill out the application for like figuring out, you know, what place has the best prices through my work. And because I had pre-existing conditions with asthma and with the issues with my back from my accident, they were just like, well, after your company's portion of payment, you're gonna have to pay 600, and I think it was like 80. I can't remember exactly the second number, but it was like 670, 680, somewhere around there, a month for your health insurance. And I was like, there's no fucking way, dude. There's no what? Okay, I was like, what the actual heck? And so I couldn't afford my own health insurance. And I, according to the state, made too much money to get on state health insurance. So I had to pay the Obama, you're too poor for health insurance, pay us money now, fine. Hey, yo, Spicy Fox, you're in Paris for 3 days? Please pray for me, good luck. Good luck. I've never been to any countries in Africa, but I'm sure you'll be fine. Boycott Warhammer, thank you for the 5 pounds. You have the texture issue too. It's discovering human hair in the food. Ooh. Ooh. Insurance and taxes are theft. I don't like insurance, man. Poverty. Yeah, imagine getting taxed because you're too poor. Both by your bank, because a lot of banks will be like, oh, you don't have $300 in your account because you're too poor? Time to charge you a fee. And now they're just like, you're too poor to afford healthcare? Well, it's time to charge you a fee. Oh, you're so poor, let's make you pay a broke tax, brokey. I just like, it doesn't make any sense to me. And this is I guess part of the like the nickel and diming of the barely above through the middle class, where it's like, you're not poor enough to get any of the benefits offered to people who don't have jobs, but you're not rich enough to actually afford everything because you don't have a real, like, salary wage. So you're just kind of stuck in this perpetual, how the fuck am I supposed to get through this, dude? Wow, neat, a poverty tax. Thanks, O'Breezy. Yeah, best president, by the way. He only wanted to tax the rich people. He was doing good things for the poor people, am I right? Tax the poor so they don't have to go on welfare. The system does what it was designed to do. Being a middle class in America is a heck. Thanks, so breezy. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. You need a new art video in the Discord. You need to go. Have a good stream. Give the wishes to your friend. Have a great rest of your stream. And don't post the house you want to buy again. Bye! I'll try my best to not be a retard. I'll try my best. And punish the people that pay taxes. I do have. Stray Wolf and Ziz have been working. Stray Wolf made an edit of my Sherm video with a lot of bridge information spliced into it. And I hear that it's very relevant because the bridge initiative is actually starting to take effect. And people who don't know what bridge are thinking that it is us winning instead of what bridge is doing. Am I back? Is it working again? Is it working again?
You are.
Welcome back. Okay, good.
You can get
I don't know what that was.
Like I'm a real pet.
I don't know what that was. I hope that doesn't create like the second waiting room on YouTube. That would be a disaster. That would be a disaster. I don't have a storm going on right now, so I don't know what the fuck happened. Sorry about the heck hop. We're so back. The Obamacare got me, chat. They sent the same quality of glowy that they did to the Trump rally. It's okay, I'm here. Twitch died. Ooh. Hell yeah, double stream day. Oh man. They shut me down for talking about the bridge, baby. Mentioned bridged and that happened. There's some people who are saying they're struggling to like get bridge to write in comments on some people's videos. Remember watching my videos for Terra back in the day? Just found out the servers are down. Is it still around in any form? Menma's Terra is a private server. So Menma's Terra is still alive and well. I know he changed the name to like avoid like getting DMCA'd, but yeah, if you can find any links to Menma's Terra or whatever the name of it is now, it's still there on a private server. Are my ears still in one piece? I think so. I think I'm all good. I'm sorry about that hiccup. I don't know what happened. Sometimes you know, they just interrupt our live streaming.
Gee, Sally, your boyfriend lets you have 2 comms?
Gee, Sally, your boyfriend lets you have 2 streams? Mount Tyrannus the Dream. Thank you, Vivid Lemon Drop. I couldn't remember what he changed the name to. It's MT the Dream is the new Menma Terra name. Microsoft cut their DEI department and saw people celebrating about it while being unaware of bridge. Yeah, I don't remember exactly which article it is. Maybe Ziz and KB can find it before I get to there. But I asked for the articles that I read previously on stream that talk about how this is exactly what they're trying to do. The whole point of the Bridge Initiative is to make DE&I the job of everyone at the company. They're embedding it into the company's DNA. And because they're making it everyone's job, they don't need DEI departments. If you have a noticeable DEI department, if you have DEI officers, if you have people with DEI language wording in their titles at work, these are people who are at risk of bringing lawsuits to your company. They're at risk of being found out for what they're doing with DE&I. I'm stretching. I'm taking the time to stretch. Oh, fuck.
Hello,
oh, fuck.
And chat. Adulting is hard, but I'm also praying for your friend. Hope you have
Thank
a wonderful
you.
day.
Thank
Time
you.
For an awesome stream.
If he wakes up while I'm on stream, you guys will know first. You'll hear it here first. Thank you, Sliggity Potato, for the $25 doodles. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you. Thank you. Since the stream crash, you'll post it again. Did I see Tenacious D Kyle Gass comment? I tweeted about the Kyle Gass comment, and I got some tabs on that as well. I got some motherfucking tabs. Basically, meet your new boss, same as the old boss. Yeah, pretty much. So, this is again why I've been beating the drum on why it's not a good thing when people pick up talking about Bridge, but then talk about Bridge as just the new iteration of acronym that DE&I is changing to. It is not. It is what is pushing the new DEI initiative. They are still using DEI language. They are telling other companies how to obfuscate their language to better push DEI without those pesky conservatives bringing lawsuits or people like us talking about it. So, it's just like, I understand why people would think Microsoft cutting their DEI department is a good thing without the big picture, but unfortunately with the big picture, this is just business as usual. They were planning on cutting their DEI departments. They're planning on cutting the DEI departments, and they're planning on those of us who are against DEI seeing that they're doing that and saying, oh, okay, I don't need to pay attention to it anymore. We're winning. We're winning, guys. Look, they cut their DEI. It's great. Don't notice. Damn, that pesky context always killing the ride. Grums was tweeting out about the DEI Microsoft situation. You promptly tagged him with a link to the Bridge website. Yep. And it looks like Ziz did give me a bunch of stuff, so it looks like they did find the article. So let me bring that up first here before I lose the plot, before I forget where I was going with this. So I have, where's my browser? Where's my browser? And the video that Stray Wolf had been working on is going to be released after stream today, and it touches on this shit as well. So I am very glad that Stray Wolf was able to finish that and we can get that video up and circulating. Crunching down information on Bridge and what they're doing is very difficult, so unfortunately the video's a bit of a long one. It's like an hour long, but we still condensed like 4 hours of information into an hour, so...
I started following because of how based you are. But last stream also showed what a deeply empathetic and caring person you also are. Honestly, the world needs more of that more than ever. Don't ever let anything take that away from you. Praying for you.
Timothy Himbo Himson! I'm gonna give you the $25 doodles. You're very sweet. You're very sweet. If Microsoft is squeezing them out, we might be in the endgame. I'm gonna assume you just showed up and not that you can't perceive breakfast, Dr. Klaus, sir. Cartoon Fox has more empathy than a big fat Canadian. I mean, Canadians are busy doing maid service, though, let's be real. And Spicy Cat is tender-hearted. I'm a woman. I'm a woman. The sweetest lesbian biker. Though I'm beating the statistics, I'm beating the allegations, not the other women. DEI commissars will still be embedded in your teams. They just won't have the same job title. Yep. So this is the article I was linked today. Microsoft laid off a DEI team, saying it's no longer business critical or smart. Microsoft laid off diversity, equity, and inclusion team this year, with a team leader sending an email saying the initiatives were no longer needed. The email, sent earlier this month and obtained by Business Insider, is from an individual whose name has not been released. It is unclear how many team employees were laid off. True systems change work associated with DEI programs everywhere are no longer business critical or as smart as they were in 2020, said the email, which was sent to thousands of employees, according to BI. The email reportedly said the DEI team was eliminated due to changing business needs as of July 1st. In 2020, following the riots that broke out over the death of George Floyd...
Is it bad to be attracted to a cartoon fox that you don't even know that well?
The amount of articles about DEI that mention this are just insane to me. Like, I would love to see the correlation numbers. It has to be, like, at least 90% of the articles. Microsoft was one of many companies that pledged to spend millions of dollars to hire more people of color. In June 2020, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella sent an email to employees saying the company had committed to take action to help address racial injustice and inequity, and unequivocally believe that Black Lives Matter. The company promised to invest $150 million in diversity and inclusion, including doubling the number of Black and African American people managers. The number of Black black and African American. My brain is shorting out because I can't tell if they're trying to say black and African American people as managers, or if they're trying to say black and African American and then the bridge language people managers. Kind of like how Amazon changed their DEI officer language to builders. So instead of like diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, they have builder initiatives. And so these builders are going to go out and they're going to build on the DEI principles. But it's not called that. They're just called builders. And we also read a couple of articles from the Bridge Smart Brief that called people managers. Look at me, I'm so virtue! The humanoid leaders. Senior individual contributors and senior leaders in the United States by 2025. 1 year after the pledge, the company released a progress report on its racial equity initiative, which included spending millions to work on justice reform.
To a cartoon fox that you don't even know that well?
Increasing broadband access, increasing tech education for students as historically black colleges and K-12 computer programs, and funding for tech support for black-led nonprofits. Microsoft now appears to have retreated, at least somewhat, from those efforts, and it's not the only tech company to do so. Zoom laid off a DEI team earlier this year. Now, okay, I don't know if the Zoom article is one of the ones that Ziz sent me. I will get to what he sent me in a second here. But we read that Zoom article previously on stream. In the Zoom article, they bold-faced said, our commitment to DE&I has not wavered. We are just getting rid of the people on the team who have that title, and we're integrating them into the rest of the company. They're not getting rid of their DEI. They're getting rid of the teams that are visible, because that is the whole point. Is no one calling Microsoft racist for laying off DEI? If not, that alone is suspicious. I mean, as we saw the other day, and this will be in the video that goes up after stream as well, Robbie Starbuck talked about Sherm, which is what the bulk of that video is on. Sherm is like the leading HR conglomerate, and Sherm said that they're dropping the E from their DE&I. So they're going to be focusing on diversity and inclusivity, and they're dropping the word equity. Probably because most people who hear the word equity understand what they're trying to do. So if they go back to the previous language they were using, which is just diversity is our strength, and inclusion, you need to make everyone feel included. Maybe don't say, hey, white person I work with, you're a filthy fucking cave dweller and everything bad in the world is your fault. Maybe if you're nicer to them, they'll actually accept our ideology and help you push it. Damn money hogs. It's because they have finally realized that DEI departments are a waste of money? No, they haven't, which is the whole point. Please, I beg you. If you are unable to perceive breakfast, pay attention to my words and maybe you can be helped. Isn't Sherm a drug? Well, I was saying SHRM, which is the acronym, but apparently they pronounce it Sherm. And also apparently I'm brain damaged, and half the time instead of saying SHRM, I would say SRHM. Acronyms are my mortal enemy, as it were. But I don't want to rotate it. You will rotate that apple. Do as I say, not as I do. So them bringing up Zoom in this article, knowing the previous Zoom article we read, Microsoft is exactly doing what Zoom is doing. They are not getting rid of DEI. They are getting rid of the visible teams and titles attached to DEI, because the next step in the program is to make it everyone at the company's job. You don't need a DEI team if everyone in your company is responsible for pushing the tenets of DE&I. It's just a deflection, yes. Saying it would instead work with external consultants from now on. Bloomberg reported. So like, even in their next sentence, they're just like, yeah, they're still gonna do DE&I. They just laid off their own team and they're gonna go to consultants, which again, in that Zoom article, is exactly what's happening in the gaming industry. Instead of game companies having their own DE&I teams, they hire consultation companies like Sweet Baby to do that work for them, to sort of offload where the ire would be drawn, which is again why Sweet Baby tried deflecting, the journalist protecting Sweet Baby tried deflecting, Why are you mad at Sweet Baby and not the developers who hire them? You should be mad at both. Both are bad. They can keep their faux religion. The parasite is aware that it's detected, it's burrowing deeper and trying to integrate into the organism to blend in. This is exactly what happened. This is exactly what happened back during all of the Gamergate 1 nonsense, where all of us were just laughing at these idiots, thinking, how could anyone take this seriously? And instead of actually, like, preventing them from embedding themselves, they changed the language, they went underground, and they embedded themselves even fucking deeper. Which is why all of the Sweet Baby stuff happened this year. It's the left hand distracting so no one sees what the right hand is doing. Google and Meta also made cuts to DEI following their 2020 pledges. CNBC reported last year that DEI-related job postings declined 44% in mid-2023 from the same time period in 2022. We have read so many white pages. So many white pages from so many different massive companies where they double, triple, quadruple down on this is a moral imperative. We are not changing our directive. We are continuing DE&I because it is necessary for the future. All they are doing is changing language and changing job titles. Nothing is happening here. By November 2023, the job postings had dropped by 23% year over year. The outlet noted that between 2020 and 2021, DEI job postings increased by nearly 30%. Still, Microsoft says its commitments to diversity and inclusion remain unchanged.
Chat, look at this in RT's terms. The enemy is consolidating their forces, pulling out of companies don't have full control in so they can flood the ones they do. SBI are the mercs/PMC who they can use as scouts and infiltrators counter-attack incoming.
True and real. Silvani, thank you for the 25, my dude. So why cut DEI then? It's so obvious. They're cutting it because the majority of people won't find it obvious, right? The majority of people reading this will think something has changed. The only reason I can read this and know that they're lying, know that it's not happening, know what they're doing, is because for the past 7.5 months, I have been doing nothing but reading what's coming out of Bridge. Because you guys have listened and read and seen Bridge initiatives on your own, you can read this and be like, this is a load of bullshit. The people that don't know what Bridge is, the people that think Bridge is merely a rebranding of DE&I, don't understand what this article is saying. There's not even an official DEI or Bridge department to point out now. You have to dig deep into their documents and manuals to find where it is now. Yeah, and that's what I've been doing on stream, thankfully. I have the PDF documents, I have their white pages, I have, in their own words, them doubling, tripling, quadrupling down, assuring everyone, we're not stopping this. We're making it harder for the people against us to fight it. Aeon said it best, the parasite's burrowing deeper. Exactly. Majority won't care for further details, especially if it's a layman point of view. Chat, they hate us! Which is, and like, I know, right? Which is why I've been beating the drum, trying to send out Twitter DMs and emails to journalists and other people who have larger platforms than me. I emailed, Matt Walsh's company, Daily Wire. I sent a DM to like Andy Ngo. I don't know who to contact anymore, man. I don't know who to contact it. I don't know who's gonna report this accurately. Because it just feels like when people do, they're just like, oh, Bridge is the new acronym. No, it's not a new acronym. Bridge is the next step. It's still DEI. That's still the language they're using. Feigned retreats are the worst. They really are. Wasting time sending stuff to Matt Walsh. He's too busy being con Inc. shit. I don't know what that means. I don't agree with everything Matt Walsh does, but I think that there's been good reporting and good journalism that's come out of his company. And so, like, I feel like if they're given something substantial, they won't ignore it. Maybe I'm naive. I don't know, man. That's why I said, like, Daily Wire will totally listen to a VTuber. Focus not on the kind of skin that my body is encased in. Focus instead on the words that I am speaking. You can get past your prejudices. You don't have to hate me because I'm an anime person. You can listen to what I'm saying and take stock in how it's really happening. Matt Walsh seems like he thinks basic pepper is too spicy. I mean, sometimes it can be. Side scrollers mentioned me and this being bridge possibly when this came up. Fucking based Craig! Craig remembering the bridge. Gotta love that guy, dude. Kirsche has a dream. True and real. I unironically have a fucking, like, VTuber rendition of the I Have a Dream speech in my Twitch highlights. Ask not what your Oshi can do for you! Ask what you can do for your Oshi. Russell Brand might listen to you. Oh, true.
Gee, Sally, your boyfriend lets you have 2 comms?
Pickle, thank you for the 11-month resub, lady. Thank you. There's a congressman that does YouTube videos who may listen. You gotta find out his name again. He's pretty based and level-headed. He'd probably take you seriously. I mean, it's gonna be a little hard sell to get, like, an actual politician to converse with an anime person. But, like, if Japan can have anime people, like, their politicians have VTuber accounts. So if Japan can have politicians as VTubers, surely I can talk to someone and they can understand anonymity. I think James O'Keefe might investigate bridge. I sent DMs to James O'Keefe. I sent DMs to... There was another James as well. And my brain is farting at the moment. I haven't contacted Alex Jones. I feel like if I can't even get other people to answer me, Alex Jones is a pipe dream. James Lindsay, thank you. That was the other one I sent messages to. James Lindsay. Japan has VTuber politicians. Yeah, well, I brought it up on stream before. It surprised me too. What about the politician who followed Piepa that one time? Oh, that's true. The guy that put on the hat. Geeks and Gamers got recognized at the RNC on their live stream and were speaking with some big figures in the Republican Party. They might bring it up and give it more spotlight. That would be fucking beautiful. I have been on Geeks and Gamers before. D-Day Cobra, very nice guy. Very good dude. Someone get her in contact with JD Vance. Need a professional foxu outfit that puts you in a woman suit to make you look more acceptable. I agree. Like, my main outfit is obviously not a bathing suit, so, you know, but but my main outfit is still like a little frilly dress thing. I need like a newscaster outfit. I need a reliable artist. Would a suit help? It's possible. Yeah, I need to get like an office lady skin. I need to be presentable instead of in a bathing suit because it's summer. Main outfit is the Kirsche, Jesus. Might as well hit up Sawa's Oshi ER. 3D modelers in chat. You got marching orders. Make this Foxy a newscaster outfit. And Kirsche in a pencil skirt and glasses. Yeah. Yeah. And toggle for pantsuit. You'll need a tinfoil Foxy. I do. I really need a tinfoil hat asset. Try Glenn Beck and his company. I think somebody mentioned Glenn Beck last stream. And so maybe I should genuinely send out an email to them. But, even in this article, Microsoft says its commitment to diversity and inclusion remain unchanged. As someone who knows what's going on, I can't put myself in the shoes of someone who has the mindset of, oh, they're dropping equity. That's the part I had a problem with. If they're going to focus on diversity and inclusion, that's a good thing. As the Sherm guy said in his video that we watched, he talked about how it started as diversity, and then diversity and inclusion, and then diversity and equality and inclusion, and then diversity and equity and inclusion, and then diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. What makes you think that dropping the equity and saying they're focusing on diversity and inclusion means that they've changed anything? You've watched their language change over the decades. You've watched the iterations change, but they still do the same thing. Why would it be any different this time? We've read on stream both the CAA and Amazon completely coming mask off and being like, diversity means less white people, less straight people, less men. They have said this in plain text. I'm not... Like, this isn't my words, this is their words. So if they're boldly saying diversity is just less white male straight, why would someone coming out and saying their commitment to diversity is remaining unchanged and you would think that's a good thing? These are the questions people who don't know what bridge is need to ask themselves. It's just commie gobbledygook. This is some commie gobbledygook. It's because diversity and inclusion are flowery words. Yeah. Our focus on diversity and inclusion is unwavering, and we're holding firm on our expectations, prioritizing accountability, and continuing to focus on this work, Microsoft spokesperson Jeff Jones told BI in a statement. And like I said, we're probably going to see the word civility popping up quite a bit now that they're making some of these changes. And KB found this one. As DEI gets more divisive, companies are ditching their teams. Zoom and Snap are among companies that have cut roles in recent weeks. This is an article that we read previously, I'm pretty sure. And again, here we go. After George Floyd's murder in 2020, DEI jobs peaked in early 2023 before falling 5%. The attrition rate for DEI roles has been about double that of non-DEI jobs, which tracks workforce dynamics. In recent weeks, Zoom axed its internal DEI team amid broader layoffs, and Snap cut workers who worked on retention and engagement efforts for employees from underrepresented groups.
Welcome to Toxic Sluts.
Meta, Tesla, DoorDash, Lyft, Home Depot, Wayfair, and X were among major corporations making steep cuts in 2023, slashing the size of their DEI teams by 50% or more. The overall number of DEI officers has decreased, but it's not enough to destroy all the strides that happened after 2020. At Zoom, Chief Operating Officer Aparna Bawa told employees that the company would replace its internal DEI team with DEI consultants who would champion inclusion by embedding our values directly into our people programs rather than as a separate initiative. This is the Bridge Initiative language. This is Bridge in action. This is DEI will be the DNA of your company. It will be everyone's job. It does not matter. Do not focus on the consultants. Do not focus on DEI. Do not focus on DNI. Do not focus on what language they are using. Believe them when they tell you what they are doing. Doomcock would talk about this with you. He say, get as many eyes as possible. I don't know who Doomcock is, but I like the name. X and Tesla both. It's a surprising and not surprising inclusion among this list. Very much so. Colleen Rodriguez, the company's head of global corporate communications, says Zoom remains committed to DEI work. Snap made a similar decision in February, according to reporting from Business Insider. Snap did not respond to a request for comment. Corporate America's retreat from DEI has coincided with increased legal risk and political animosity towards systemic efforts to boost racial equity. And this is where the smoke and mirrors comes in. Even though they've reported accurately that these companies are remaining committed, that these companies are not actually getting rid of DEI initiatives, they're embedding them into the people who already work at their company instead of hiring DEI-specific workers. They're saying corporate America's retreating from DEI. They're trying to make it look like, on the surface, what you think is happening, right? Companies retreating from DEI, they're no longer hiring DEI people. Everything is changing. You've won. It's time to celebrate. Don't look behind the curtain anymore. There's no need for that. The retreat is just a feint. It's not even a retreat. They're just saying that it's a retreat because normal people who don't know what bridge is are going to read this and they're going to take it at face value. Again, bringing up Robbie Starbucks' tweet that's going to be in the video after stream, where he points out that HR people are actually getting mad at SHRM for saying that they're dropping the equity and focusing on diversity and inclusion. Those true believers, TM, aren't people who can think for themselves. They're people who somewhat know what's going on, which is why they're angry at the word equity being dropped. But they are animals reacting to stimuli. They see word good thing getting dropped, therefore thing is bad. Good thing drop, thing bad, I get mad. They're not focusing on the changing of the language that the preachers of DEI are doing right now. They're thinking it's actually a retreat. And if the people who are indoctrinated, responding to the stimuli of the buzzwords that they've been taught to do, are angry because they think it's changing, what do you think about the people on the other side who aren't indoctrinated, who are going to take this at face value as well? It's why it's very important to get the word about Bridge out. Dogs growling at the hand reaching for their food bowl, that's all. State legislators have introduced at least 65 anti-DEI bills since 2023. Harvard University's first black president amid plagiarism allegations in January was billed as the beginning of the end for DEI in America's institutions. I'm also curious, right? I'm going to put a small amount of tinfoil on for this. This is the group of people who will do by any means necessary to push their ideology and obtain a cultural victory. I'm wondering how many of their useful idiots at smaller positions that still have influence, right? Like, they're not just your average Twitter person. They're someone like the Harvard University person. I'm wondering how many of these people would they be willing to openly sacrifice in order to continue burrowing underground? Because, like, this Harvard University lady, we know everything about her, right? We know everything she stands for. We know everything she wants to do with DEI. She can't exactly, as a person, go underground and continue working on this. All of them. So, like, this is where the tinfoil comes in, because it's like, how many of these useful idiots are they willing to throw under a bus to continue burrowing underground, to make it look like they're getting rid of DEI, but they're not? Critical Drinker also would be a good try. That is also a good point. For them, anything to win. Scott Rauch, thank you for the vibe. Doomcock has been prophesizing Kathleen Kennedy's impending firing since The Force Awakening. I'm not a Star Wars person, I'm sorry. Toaster, I love toast. Thank you for the $4.99. You're starting to get tired of the DEI stuff and annoyed? Why does it really matter for your day-to-day life? It shouldn't matter for your day-to-day life, but that's why Bridge is an important thing to focus on. Bridge wants to make it a part of your everyday life.
Despite being from China, I feel like Art of War by Sun Tzu should be a required reading so younger generations could see through these tactics.
Absolutely agree. Massive Doggo, thank you for the $25 doodles. I mean, like, even if you don't read Art of War, the fact that critical thinking has not only not been taught in our schools for ages, but like that teacher, I can never remember his name, that was on Side Scrollers recently, who got fired for trying to teach critical thinking. They don't want you to be able to think for yourself. They want you to just take what they say to you at face value. 1984 should be mandatory read too. Art of War was recommended reading by your former military. Huh. 2 war books need to be read. For companies that were never really committed, this is the perfect air cover for backing off of diversity, said Joel Emerson, CEO of DEI consultancy Paradigm. And this is also a good point. When I brought up the Tractor Supply Company, when the Tractor Supply Company was actually just like, you know what, I don't think we really need this, we're getting rid of it. They're a smaller company than any of these large conglomerates. Their name has not come up in any of the Bridge initiatives. But that's why I'm saying, like, when someone comes out and they say, we're no longer going to report to the Human Rights Campaign, we're no longer going to do any of these things, we're no longer, like, going to take stock in this, I think Tractor Supply Company makes a very good point that's more than just saying, we're not going to do this, but we're actually doubling down. They didn't have any of that double speak language in their announcement. So I was like, tentatively be happy that there are some companies that seem like they're coming out against this, but also keep in mind what's happening with Bridge and hold them accountable at this point, right? If Tractor Supply Company was, instead of using doublespeak, just boldface saying we're going to stop doing it, and then they don't, hold them accountable for that. The Foxwoman turned down the loud-ass alerts. I tried. I tried. Tractor Supply was a legit change. John Deere is not. Yeah. It's like when it's a smaller company, I'd be more willing to believe they're actually trying to cut this nonsense out of their programs. But it's still just like, don't take it at face value. Don't say, hooray, we've won, it's over. Say, I'm going to look at this as a small victory, but I'm going to keep tabs on Tractor Supply Company, and make sure that they're not burrowing their programs further underground like the larger companies are doing. Right? And I think that is the logical thing to do. As Bezmenov said, useful idiots will be crushed under the boot, so all of them are expendable, and they are dangerous because they're all activists, and the regime needs drones, not activists. Yes. Unfortunately, smoke and mirrors are very effective on the majority. They are. They are. Contact Congressman Nick Freitas, who'd be very interested in hearing about stuff like this. Hopefully Ziz is like keeping a list of the names, because I certainly won't remember. I'm bad at remembering. Most thought we won the first Gamergate, and we didn't at all. Yes. It's nice to look at the smaller companies, and I'd be willing to give smaller companies more benefit of the doubt than the larger companies who obviously blatantly tell you what they're still doing. But I don't want to say, okay, everything's done with Tractor Supply, I don't need to look at them ever again. I want to say, make sure that they are committed to actually not doing this anymore. Maybe I have DMs inviting me to talk about Bridge? I don't think so. I don't think I do, unless they're like really old and buried. Freitas isn't a congressman, he's a former Virginia state delegate. Ah. Gamergate got lost when it turned into a grift. True. True. I don't want to have to yell about Bridge for fucking ever. I want to have to yell about Bridge until we've stopped it from happening. The whole point of exposing people to what's happening is to prevent it from getting a foothold. You're keeping a list, trying to find the politician you watches Pippa, Matthew something in Illinois. Thank you, Zizzles. Thank you. AAA game companies are bleeding money. You say only buy AA games instead. I like indie kusoge. That shit makes me happy, you know? Or you get married. Well, I mean, I don't want to get married and then be like, all right, guys, I'm out. I'm not gonna pay attention to any of this shit anymore. Not my problem. It still would be my problem, right? Especially if I want to have children. I saw a report that the EU has codified into law ESG compliance. Any company doing business in the EU has to comply, as well as any business in their supply chain. The coin bobs! Ay. No. Not all companies are downsizing teams or giving up on the work, Emerson said, noting that some employers overhired when they established their DEI teams. I don't know that it ever made sense to have a 25-person diversity team sitting to the side of a core business function. Companies should be able to say, we tried this, it didn't have an impact, we're going to try something different. The recalibration is happening under serious legal pressure. Last year, when the Supreme Court struck down affirmative action in college admissions, the decision didn't apply directly to employers. But the ruling kicked off an effort driven largely by conservative activists to dismantle race-conscious policies in other domains of American life. 13 Republican attorney generals sent a letter urging Microsoft and other Fortune 100 companies to re-examine their DEI policies in response to the ruling. America First Legal, a group backed by former Trump advisor Stephen Miller, has filed legal complaints over diversity practices at scores of companies, including United Airlines, Kellogg's, Nike, and organizations such as the FBI, National Football League, and Major League Baseball. This should make you even more suspicious. The fact that the Microsoft article we just read is them being like, oh, trust us. We're cutting our DEI programs right after 13 Republican attorneys sent them a letter. Yeah, I just don't believe you, Microsoft. Race conscious equals racist? Yeah, exactly. Edward Blum, the conservative activist behind the lawsuits that toppled affirmative action in college admissions, is suing venture capital firm Fearless Fund over its grant program for early-stage businesses owned by black women. And we read multiple articles on the Fearless Fund as well when I went over this last time. So this is probably... Anytime I'd raise something with the word equity, I was told it scares people away, said a former head of DEI for a gaming startup who was laid off in January. He spoke on the condition of anonymity to avoid violating his separation agreement. Wow. You know, that's kind of funny. That these DEI officers were having trouble pushing DEI because people knew what equity meant and didn't like the word equity. I wonder why everyone is suddenly dropping the word equity from their DEI initiatives suddenly. It couldn't be because they want people to continue going along with it and they need to drop equity so people don't immediately think that it's bullshit. Huh. Wow. You know, I feel like I'm watching Blue's Clues again. You just want to hear the silly Foxy talk about pretty nail art again. After stepping into the role in 2020, he said he was disheartened by resistance from executives to pay transparency policies and employee resource groups. The DEI budget kept facing cuts, he said, and he was constantly under pressure to show a return on investment. When it comes to DEI, businesses are interested until they're not, he said. These positions are going away every day. And again, when Bridge first started in 2021, Bridge was a DEI monitoring company. The Bridge 2.0 initiative I've been talking about since January, that they made and finished in the middle of last year, is putting into practice how to reshape the DEI landscape. They came to the exact same conclusion that everyone else did. That companies are not as committed to DEI as they appear. That people who are participating in DEI programs at work are just doing it to check a box. They don't actually care. But instead of us being like, that's a problem, we want none of that to exist in the corporation, Bridge said they didn't go far enough. They aren't doing enough. It needs to go farther. It needs to be a part of everyday operationalization of the company. So even though they came to the same conclusion as the people against DEI, they're trying to go in the opposite direction. Just operations. Will God guide any man to another world if he tries to go there himself? I don't think you can reach the height of a god, man. Some groups have been imploring companies to maintain their DEI focus. On Monday, the executive board of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus sent a letter to CEOs of Fortune 100 companies inquiring about the efforts to improve Asian American diversity and encouraging them to stay the course amid growing attacks on DEI. The group noted that Asian Americans remain severely underrepresented at the senior-most levels of the largest U.S. corporations. Without executive leadership representation at Fortune 100, AANHPI employees have fewer role models and fewer internal champions to guide and mentor them. Members of the Congressional Black Caucus sent a similar letter in December to Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su, inquiring about the tech layoffs that were disproportionately affecting black workers. Tech companies who previously agreed to address bias and discrimination and create greater opportunities in the workforce are now quietly defunding diversity pledges, the letter reads. Some companies are bucking the trend. JM Smucker, Victoria's Secret, Michaels, Moderna, Prudential, and ConocoPhillips were among big corporations that expanded their DEI teams by 50% or more in 2023, according to Revelio's data. Packaged food giant Conagra Brands and NASA both doubled the size of their DEI teams. With 30 years experience in diversity work, Cristina Jimenez, head of DEI at RHR International, a leadership consulting firm, says she has watched the pendulum swing back and forth between support and resistance. But this moment seems particularly fraught, she said. Her clients feel like they're in a battle zone all the time. And this is something that was addressed in one of the DEI After 5 videos that I've played a couple of times, where they say that you have to live the work, and living the work can get exhausting, so you have to make sure that you're doing things that refill your cup. Because it's a lot of work, and you have to constantly be doing it. CCP says U.S. companies need more Chinese CEOs. No reason, though. No reason, though. And then this one, more connecting the dots here from articles we've read previously. Facing backlash, some corporate leaders go under the radar with DEI. New hurdles and opposition to diversity programs have pushed some business leaders to approach their DEI initiatives in a less in-your-face way, while others are doubling down. Over the past 2 years, as Ishan Baba and his colleagues, the law firm Jenner and Block, prepared briefs for the affirmative action case the Supreme Court ruled on last year, Mr. Baba had a realization. If higher education institutions like Harvard were the first target of litigation about diversity, equity, and inclusion, America's corporate boardrooms were probably next. Mr. Baba began working with dozens of Fortune 500 companies to evaluate their diversity programs and ensure that they were on solid legal ground if they were sued. Since actual discrimination is illegal. And anytime we mention these bridge initiatives where they are outwardly saying we're just going to not hire people who are white, male, or straight, that is something that can bring lawsuits toward them. So they have to be a bit more tricky with their wording. They have to be a bit more sneaky with how they're implementing these things. Proponents of corporate diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, commonly called DEI, argue that they are important to hiring and retaining people of color. Critics now argue that some such programs can exclude white and Asian people unfairly from hiring processes. In recent months, hundreds of companies have been re-examining those initiatives after a series of challenges to diversity programs. The threat of litigation in the wake of the Supreme Court's decision striking down race-conscious college admissions, criticism of DEI initiatives from some high-profile business leaders, and a wave of layoffs in the tech industry that heavily affected DEI teams. And again, the way that this is worded in a way where it makes you think you are winning. Companies are getting rid of DEI. They're offloading their DEI teams. They're publicly saying this isn't good for business, but they're not actually getting rid of anything. So the people who are reading this, again, if they don't know about Bridge, it makes sense that they think, oh, this is a good thing. Good things are happening. We're going to be able to just play video games again. But this is Bridge in action. This is what Bridge is. This is not winning. These are not companies doing what you want. They are just going further underground. Sounds like the strategy for now is keep them in public view. Publicly, they're going to keep cutting their DEI forces. They're going to keep changing their DEI titles. And they're going to continue saying, we're dropping equity. We know it's not good for business. We've heard you. We've heard the pushback, and we've seen how detrimental equity has been for our everyday business. And we want people to feel included. And if we want people to feel included, we can't be using equity to do that. We're remaining committed to diversity and inclusion, but we're changing the way we look at that. They're not. It's the same exact thing. They're lying through their teeth. This pushback, which has come as more than 20 states weighed or passed new laws last year targeting DEI initiatives, has had a chilling effect on some corporate DEI offices, according to diversity advisors. When the economy is booming and when politics are amenable, we see a lot of growth in diversity programming, said Frank Dobbin, an expert on DEI. I like how this also kind of tells you that, oh yeah, when things are doing well and everybody knows how to do their job, we can stuff in these employees that don't know how to do their job and pay them a ridiculous amount of money to do essentially nothing but ideological work. At Harvard, the author of the 2022 book, Getting to Diversity, when there's either a change in the political winds, which is what's happening now, or a recession, we've seen cutbacks. An expert in DEI, what the fuck does that mean? It means they're a preacher. They are the priests and the imams of the new religion. The backlash, Dr. Dobbin said, has pushed some human resource professionals to keep their DEI efforts under the radar. At recent conferences he has attended, Dr. Dobbin added, corporate leaders have discussed how to approach DEI in a less in-your-face way. I just took a sip of Gamer Sups, and some reason my mouth is like really dry now. I don't know why. I guess I swallowed it too fast. I don't know, man. You open Twitter, saw a dude saying Microsoft killed their DEI teams. You sent him my way. Good. Good. If you see people trying to celebrate what Microsoft is doing, please embed like my Bridge tweets as a reply to them. Fucking tag me in their replies so I can embed my Bridge tweets to them, because it's just like, goddamn, don't celebrate. They're lying to you. You're believing their lies. You hate working 80 plus hours a year building a career? My days off that I have when I'm not live aren't really days off. Yeah, yesterday I was so frantic. I had so much to do, man. No. Some have explored moving away from initiatives that attract a lot of public attention, like mandatory anti-bias trainings, and instead focusing on lower-profile DEI strategies, like diversity task forces, that bring together leaders from different corporate departments. If companies lighten up on things that are ineffective, that could be a good outcome, Dr. Dobbin said, noting that mandatory anti-bias trainings have been shown to be sometimes even worsen biases. But I do worry that the baby will go out with the bathwater. And this is, again, the anti-bias trainings, this is checking the box. Anti-bias training is something that nobody who goes and participates in anti-bias training actually cares about it. No one, not a single person, not even the people who believe in this, like going to anti-bias training. It is simply just a way for a company to look better on the surface without actually doing something, which again, to Bridge, is part of the problem. You don't need anti-bias training. Anti-bias training should just be a part of everyday operations at your company. People have zero reading comprehension these days. Maybe this is also due to DEI, competency crisis in the education field. I don't even want to say that it's due to reading comprehension, because once again, if you don't know what Bridge is, you're not going to notice exactly how these people are lying to you, right? And Bridge isn't exactly something that's big at the moment. There's not many people talking about it. I'm very grateful for those who have let me on their shows to talk about Bridge and who have made, small videos on Bridge. Very grateful that they're helping get the word out. It's just like, it's a really rough thing to do.
Cheeseburger.
I love cheeseburger. So far, few companies seem to have cut back on their programs because of the Supreme Court's ruling. 3/4 of employers polled by Litter Mendelsohn, the employment law firm, said that they had not changed their approach to DEI because of the ruling last year. And only 1% reported a significant decrease in their efforts, according to a survey released this month. How many companies have come out and said that they're cutting DEI? Only 1% have reported internally that there's a significant decrease in their efforts. Only 1%. When these people talk about DEI, they talk about it as a moral imperative. If you are in a religion and you talk about something being a moral imperative, you are not going to stop doing it. You are just going to find other ways to do it where people don't notice. It's all performative. Some executives say they're doubling down, like Crystal Castile-Cromedy, what an unfortunate name, who leads DEI training for Heinz, one of the world's largest real estate companies. This is Heinz spelled H-I-N-E-S, not the ketchup people. Miss Castile-Cromedy joined the firm in June 2020, days after George Floyd's murder, and has overseen a number of diversity efforts, including the creation of a mentoring program for underrepresented groups in real estate. Mr. Baba, a partner at Jenner and Block, had a chairman of the firm's DEI protection task force, said he had some clients that say, look, if I was sued over this and I have to become the face of defending DEI against a conservative backlash, I'd be happy to. But he said there are a vast majority of my clients not in that bucket. They think we'd like to keep our heads under the parapet. And most people think like this, right? Most people don't want to become a warrior, as it were. Like that Sherm guy said, he and his HR buddies are the warriors protecting those who want to keep on marching and doing this initiative. They will be the ones who are the figureheads who take the arrows and the spears for those who would like to keep their heads under the parapet. He directly said this in his speech that we watched yesterday and that will be up on my channel after stream today. Soon time will be measured with a BF before Floyd and AF after Floyd. It feels like we're getting to that point, dude. It's kind of insane. The American Alliance for Equal Rights, a conservative nonprofit organization devoted to challenging race-based policies, sued a handful of law firms last year over their diversity fellowship programs, arguing that these programs discriminate against white and Asian applicants. And this is the whole point. This is quite literally the whole point. The American Alliance's founder, Edward Blum, also established Students for Fair Admissions, the group that sued Harvard over its affirmative action policies, and won. These lawsuits have sent a powerful message to corporate America. The law firms upon which you turn to for legal advice concerning DEI are themselves violating the law, Mr. Blum said. They know that they're violating the law, but they've gotten away with it for so long that they're not going to really care if there's a couple of repercussions as a speed bump in the way. These are people who aren't isolated. They're not individuals who think that DEI is necessary for their own company. These are a religion of people pushing ideology in order to transform culture. Which is why when so many normal people are just like, why do they keep doing this? Why do they keep adding Sweet Baby to games? Why do they keep increasing their diversity and inclusion programs at these companies? Why do they keep making commercials that nobody likes and everybody hates? They are foregoing short-term profit for long-term cultural victory. It is not about the money. It is not about the profit. It is not about what kind of income DEI can make them. DEI is not about profit, it is about cultural victory in the West. Even if you win a suit, you might still lose. Control the culture, you have all the power and you become a god, essentially. These people want to rule the world, yes. And if you know anything about the Marxist playbook, this is exactly what it is. You keep changing language to obfuscate what you're doing and make people believe that you're doing something good. That you are the good people, and that if those other individuals follow your tenets, they too will be good people. They'll be on the right side of history. You encourage them to act in a way that is typically bad, sometimes downright evil, but they have the blessing of their conscience to do so because they've been told, you are the good people. This is for the greater good. These are the good initiatives that we need to make sure we have a better future. And this ties into my thoughts on the modern audience as well. The modern audience does not exist yet. Whenever a company talks about remaking something for a modern audience, or having to retranslate or change something for a modern audience, or when companies come out and they say we have to figure out how to make these products for the modern culture, they're not talking to you. They're not talking to people who believe in what they believe in. They're signaling that we are making steps to create the modern audience, to create people that know our ideology and nothing else. If you cannot escape in entertainment or at work or anywhere what these tenets are, the next generation will grow up only knowing this. In short, we're fucked. Burn it all down. I don't think we're fucked, which is why I talk about this as much as I do. Bridge initiatives have not embedded themselves into companies quite yet. We see the Bridge initiative advancing because I'm some brain-damaged fox woman on the internet, and I'm one of the only people talking about it, which is why I need to get people with more influence than me talking about it, because they'll be able to actually do something about it. They have a platform that's larger than mine. They have pull possibly in a political sphere. They can do something about this. All I can do is beat the drum and hope people with more influence than me listen. You find something really weird? They seem to be targeting females. Again, just like what happened in the USSR, women are a very easy target to turn into useful idiots to push ideology, because women, on average, tend to have more empathy than men do. And you can exploit this heightened empathy that women have in order for them to go against their best interests. It's unfortunate, but that is the reality, and we have seen it in other empires previously. She's the messenger. What's wrong with the old audience, though? The 80s and 90s, we fought evil with nothing but survival knives and steroids, and it was glorious. The 80s and 90s were also paused. Remember that in the 70s, the feminist faction split. You had Gloria Steinem and the feminists trying to push for equality. And you had male politicians willing to give them this fake equality that put women in a privileged position above men. Women already enjoyed some privileges, and this is what paved the way for things like no-fault divorce. Previously to the Equality Act getting amended and put into practice in the early 80s, women had a housewife stipend. If a woman wanted a divorce, or if a man divorced a woman, the government would give that housewife a stipend to help get her back on her feet. There wasn't any taking men to the cleaners to get all of their assets. This has been a problem for a very long time. This has been a war that has been waging for a very long time. Yuri Bezmenov tried warning everyone about this in the 80s. He gave multiple interviews talking about how our culture has already transformed, and how even if we started right then in the 80s, it would take us multiple decades to bring back American sensibilities and American values into the next generation. And instead of heeding his warnings and anyone doing anything about it, it only got worse. And so we have our Gamergate 1 moment where more people started paying attention, but Gamergate 1 isn't any more pertinent than anything that happened before that, when they just went further underground, changed language, and kept working at turning our culture into something more socialist, into something more Marxist. Equality was always a Trojan horse, unfortunately so. The immigration issue is a good example where you see the different view between men and women. Bailey is cute. Bailey is cute! If a society's practice of tolerance is inclusive of the intolerant, intolerance will ultimately dominate, eliminating the tolerant and the practices of tolerance with them. And this is what I said the other day when we were talking about things on Twitter, completely unrelated to this. People who don't believe in your values and principles will exploit your values and principles. They'll say, I'm allowed to attack you because that's according to my principles. But you can't do the same to me in defense of yourself because that is not according to your principles. All of these people who are just like, oh, yeah, exactly. All these people who are like, I thought you were against cancel culture. Why are you calling someone out for being violent? It's not the same thing. It's absolutely not the same thing. It's okay when we do it. Free speech is when you get banned for pronouns, but CNN can incite an assassination? Exactly. Exactly. 90s had its problems too, but it was like the religious right that wanted less violence in video games and movies and music, and that's what caused the pendulum swing move left in the first place. Yep. The 90s to me felt like a let your enemies dig their hole, and if everybody hates them for what they're doing, they will de facto go for you. And that is basically what happened. Everyone hated the curmudgeonly conservatives who were trying to ruin fun everywhere all the time. Looking at you, Matt Walsh. And so they immediately went to the left, because the left posed themselves as, we're here for everyone. We're here for freedom. We're here for freedom of speech. We want you to be able to do what you want. Even Beanie Man came to the correct conclusion on that one. You can't apply your principles to people that are fundamentally against them. Yeah. You can't let people exploit your kindness and your empathy because they will not show you that in kind. If you can look at someone and you would say, this person who is espousing violent rhetoric, if I said something that wasn't even anywhere a tenth of as close to what they said, would they come after me? If the answer is yes, do not show them empathy. The 90s cons were right. Tolerance implies a far limit, but the limit is still there. American Alliance filed lawsuits against law firms Parkin Coy, Morrison Forrester, and Winston & Strawn. Those firms have all since opened their diversity fellowships to applicants of all races and backgrounds. Mr. Blum's group dropped the suits. This is also something, I don't think I've read it. I can't highlight this for some reason. That's weird. I don't know why I can't highlight that. This is something that I have in a tab somewhere as well. I don't remember exactly what it is. There's like a main LGBTQ plus initiative, and they were like, well, we're gonna let people who aren't under the LGBTQ plus umbrella apply for it. Do you think for a moment that if these people have like a Black initiative, a Hispanic initiative, an Asian American initiative, an LGBTQ plus initiative, even if they let you apply, do you think any of those people that don't fall under that umbrella are going to be accepted? They are following the law on a technicality here. They're following the law because they're allowing anyone to apply, but they're still only going to give those initiatives benefits to the people that it was for. Canceling is against your principles, but it's not against yours. Exactly. Emperor Creety, thank you for the 10. Speaking of Matt Walsh, the last person you ever expected to speak at the RNC was Amber Rose, and she spoke rather well. Then Walsh had to open his mouth and completely ruined the moment. I saw that, and it's like I don't really remember anything about Amber Rose. Like I know she did like porn or some shit previously, But it's like, if someone has come to see the error of their ways and they are genuinely like, holy fuck, I was brainwashed, what was I doing? Is that someone that you should continue to condemn? Or is that someone that you should say, I'm glad you saw the light, let's fucking fight side by side, dude, right? Just look at Rachel Dolezal, former head of the Spokane chapter of the NAACP. True. We will have a politician that had an OnlyFans at some point. I mean, I would be surprised if we don't already. Amber Rose exposed Kanye liking a finger in his butt. Jesus Christ. Your father was trying to argue and say she was a good conservative. I don't know if I would call her a good conservative, but I don't see the issue with having let her speak. I think her speech was very well put. Matt Walsh is not right. He's a poser, deserving of being pushed in front of a bus. No. That's calling for violence. And I'm gonna time you out, because, like, holy shit, what's wrong with you, dude? Holy shit, what's wrong with you? I can't. Mods, explode that man's penis! Chat's too fast, I can't explode it myself. Don't call for violence against people. That's fucked up, dude. Like, actually fucked up. I think people like Matt Walsh have a very rigid opinion of what a conservative is. They have a very, very rigid opinion of what they should have as an ally, which is again why people even discount me and throw me out with the bathwater. They see anime and they think that's for children or that's for pedophiles. They see me in a bathing suit. They're just like, oh, that's a typical e-thought. Sorry, I enjoy summer. You know, like, I like to call people like Matt Walsh conservative Puritans. Yeah, it's like it's a purity spiral, but it's on the other side. You saw who Matt Walsh was? He isn't one to throw stones. It was just a very disappointing thing to see. And again, I think they just have a very rigid view of what a person fighting with them would be. Alienating potential allies is a good way to lose. Very much so. And like we've talked about before, because conservatives are so rigid about what they think can be conservative or part of their culture, they keep losing. They can't make culture because they're against everything except the small, narrow view of what they think is culture. You have to engage in things that are becoming part of the culture and help form them in the way that you want to see them. Conservatives need to be more open to the modern audience. That's not exactly what I'm saying, right? I'm saying they're throwing away people who are allies just because they don't fit a view of what they think a conservative looks like on the outside. Never thought about you'd be fighting side by side with a moderate. How about fighting side by side with a friend? To a lot of the right, anything but God is evil and fun is not godly. There are people who also get angry at me when I point this out. It's like, I know it's not everyone on the right. I know there are people who are right of center who are completely fine with these things. But I'm talking about the figureheads who have large platforms or who are politicians, and they will just say, I can't have someone like that fighting on my side. I can't. That's wrong. That's bad. You don't agree with me 100%? Away with you! Anime and video games are for loser nerds until they become two of the biggest cultural mediums. Of course, you lose the culture when you refuse to engage with it. Yeah. Demon set, thank you for the 10. And the thing is, the true acceptance, and that's the one weakness of these DEI and bridge people, they can't even consider the idea that someone can change and be better, and it's why they'll all fail. You don't have to be Christian to be conservative. True. Anime is for losers and nerds, though. Look at us. I wouldn't say we're losers and nerds. I would nerd. Yeah, we're probably nerds, but I wouldn't say losers, right? Chat moves like crazy. I'm dual wielding chats, dude. It's hard. Daily Wire guys are religious, right? They're like a segment, not the whole. Yeah, like they're not everyone. They definitely don't represent everyone. But it also would be naive to think that people like them don't exist.
In your house, it's gonna do fox things.
I do fox things. You're more classical liberal, like quartering our Sargon. Sargon also has the rigid view of like what a more conservative person would be. Don't take away your pop culture nerd identity of a greasy loser with big glasses. A segment, not the whole. Yeah, a segment. A segment. Ah, no. Let's see. Where was I? Where was I reading? Following the Supreme Court's landmark decision striking down race-conscious affirmative action in college admissions, we undertook a thorough review of our programs, Winston and Strawn said in a statement. Fucking fly, bitch ass. Perkins Coie said in its statement that the program's revised criteria would continue to ensure that the firm hired lawyers with a diversity of backgrounds and experiences. Morrison Forster said that it had been in the process of opening up the fellowship even before the lawsuit. On top of the threat of litigation, some prominent business leaders have recently criticized diversity programs. The billionaire financier Bill Ackman wrote an essay this month in the Free Press after the resignation of Claudine Gay as president of Harvard, faulting what he said was the penetration of DEI ideology into the corporation boardroom. Bill Ackman fucking hit the nail on the head, dude. Elon Musk, posting on X, wrote, "Discrimination on the basis of race, which DEI does, is literally the definition of racism." The billionaire investor Mark Cuban, meanwhile, wrote on X that the loss of DEI-phobic companies is my gain. Interesting, Mark Cuban. Leaders who have been critical of specific types of diversity programs from within the industry argue that broad-brush criticisms of DEI can be counterproductive, distracting from meaningful efforts to reform corporate diversity initiatives. I've critiqued things like our relative lack of metrics, the relative lack of accountability, the fact that leaders can release a DEI statement and otherwise not do anything, said Lily Zhang, a DEI strategist and author of Reconstructing DEI. MX Zhang views critiques of racial quotas as focusing on a straw man of DEI. And she's correct. She's correct. The racial quotas are only part of it. This is an all-inclusive ideology that is being pushed to transform culture. Listen to them when they tell you what they're doing. DEI phobic. Yeah, we're DEI phobic, guys. We're racist against the DEI. In 2020, after a wave of protests for racial justice in the wake of the killing of Mr. Floyd, corporate DEI programs saw a rush of support. Hundreds of employers came forward to announce new diversity initiatives, and in that year alone, companies spent an estimated $7.5 billion on DEI-related efforts. And I'm wondering, right, considering how much they talk about this, it's kind of making me think this was their giant push to embed themselves in as many companies as possible, as quickly as possible. Because they had an opportunity to exploit these companies by way of Kim Belair saying, bully them to give you what you want. Make them think that without you, people will attack them on social media and call for boycotts. In the wake of George Floyd, everyone was pissed off, and so you were an easy sell to say, hey company, I'm a DEI initiative kind of person. I can help you capitalize and make money on everything that's happening right now, because if you don't do this right now, people will see you as a bad company. It's a massive coincidence. Some DEI leaders say that attention and investment since then have not been sustained. It's a sugar rush phenomenon, said John Amaechi, a retired basketball player who now works with companies on DEI strategy. It creates a huge amount of energy followed by a withdrawal. In some cases, DEI programs have been hit hard by job cuts. Revelio Labs, a workforce database, published a study last year that looked at 600 companies that had laid off workers since 2020 and found that the attrition rate for people working in DEI was nearly twice that of employees in non-DEI roles. Well, you're not going to have that attrition if just everyone is supposed to be doing DEI every day at their work. Many executives still argue that their efforts to recruit diverse employees contribute to company performance. For instance, Armugan Ahmad, the chief executive of Appen, an artificial intelligence company, says a diverse talent pool allows the company to build products that are trained on diverse users, helping prevent racial bias in AI algorithms. And the prevention of racial bias or orientation bias or gender bias in AI algorithms is something both brought up in the Amazon white pages that we read, as well as in the Sherm video. And there was another article I think I brought up specifically about AI and how it's going to be changing the way that diversity hiring works. And it makes AI worse, right? 4 years ago during the riots, you remember a customer telling you that she lives near a big city and said a lot of the rioters weren't a part of the city, pretty much went to the city to cause chaos. I mean, yeah. Yeah, there are people who lived there, obviously, who joined in on it, but yeah, there were a lot of people who were bussed in from elsewhere. Appen used to do independent contract work for them. Feeling a bit bad now. Oh no, I'm sorry. plenty of corporate leaders share that view about the AI algorithms. Even in places where there's legislation that is anti-DEI being passed, it's not about companies being relieved somehow that they don't have to do this work, said Jensen Harris, co-founder of Textio, an AI human resource platform used by more than 1,000 companies. It's them figuring out, okay, DEI work is still really important, so how do we work around this legislation? I still can't highlight this for some reason. I don't know why.
This is a public service announcement. Kirsche and chat are super mega duper cute and wonderful, less than 3.
Bailey, you're super duper mega cute and wonderful. Thank you, Bailey. Bridge is very much like the CCP. This is like the introduction of social credit scoring, right? Because what's the next step? If they're saying we're needing to get rid of outward-facing, visible DEI sections, DEI officers, and we need to make it the job of everyone at their workplace, and we need to make sure that after everyone at the workplace is pushing the message and doing the work, they're doing the work outside of the workplace as well. How do you think they're going to monitor that? How do you think they will keep track of that? Just make all of society a cult. Brilliant! If everyone believes the same thing, we'll finally have peace and prosperity. Shoot into a Trump rally in PA and every bullet hits a beloved family man and pillar of his community. Shoot into a leftist rally in Kenosha and every bullet hits a felon. How curious! I still don't really like that equivalency though, right? Because the shooter in the Trump rally was a terrorist, and Kyle Rittenhouse in Kenosha was defending himself from people attacking him. So like that equivalency, I really don't like it. Like, I understand the point of it, but I don't like it. The Kenosha kid! Yeah. You think it needs to be a human right to not be monitored? Exactly. The Supreme Court's recent decision on race-conscious admissions policies does not directly apply to most employers. The decision was largely focused on the Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which covers institutions receiving federal funding and doesn't apply to most private companies. But many employers worry that their DEI initiatives could be challenged legally under Title VII, which deals with employment relationships, or the Section 1981 of the 1866 Civil Rights Act, which covers contracts. Kenji Yoshino, the director of Meltzer Center for Diversity, Inclusion and Belonging at NYU School of Law, has been advising managers at Fortune 500 companies to code their DEI programs as either green, yellow, or red. A red program indicates an initiative that has a high risk for potential litigation, such as a hiring process that provides an advantage to candidates of color. On the other hand, a program that offers mentorship widely to anyone at the company may be categorized as green. Mr. Yoshino noted that some DEI critics had a very limited view of what the programs consisted of. Many corporate diversity programs extend beyond hiring processes to touch on mentoring, training, and career development. And why should anyone that's not the right color be excluded from those things? Which is what the DEI initiatives are doing. How is that not illegal? It is illegal, which is why they're changing the language, right? This green program, where it's offering a mentorship widely to anyone, it's not going to be offered widely to anyone. If you're white and male, you can apply, but are you going to get it? Fucking no. Because that's not the point of these programs. So this is how you play the system, yes. And I have been keeping track of this for 7.5 months. I've been taught. They finished their initiative in like June of last year, and then they brought out the IMAX Matrix in August of last year, and they said in 2024 is when companies will be putting the IMAX into practice, and we're seeing it happen in real time, and nobody is doing anything to stop it because nobody knows what bridge is. Some white males will probably get them, but only just enough to dodge allegations that white males won't get them. When you see in news articles people saying, look at how diverse and inclusive this boardroom is, and there's not a single white person, or maybe there's one white woman on the team, that's how they can obfuscate what they're doing. Ask HR how this isn't sexist. See what they respond with. This is what's happening at your corpo. Women are being given mentorships and promotions, and men are being put to the back of the line. I don't think talking with HR would accomplish anything. You'd probably have to go like directly to one of your bosses and be like, hey, here is some research I've done into what's happening. This isn't a good thing, and it's helping push insidious ideology. Maybe your boss will listen to you. Maybe he'll just be like, I don't want to deal with this. Fuck off. Who knows? You know your boss better than I do. But we've had a couple of people in chat who have brought the Bridge Initiative to their bosses and had a positive response. In that their bosses are like, I don't want to have any part of this. Your HR is gossip and ineffective, true. HR protects the company from you. Get a lawyer. Exactly. If you bring this up to HR, you're kind of putting a target on yourself, which is why, like, an actual boss person would be better. That's what happened at the AA company you work at, since you are trans on paper. Grift the back. I was like, when I don't want to out his tactics, but a certain lovely Clipper man, when he got his channel striked or taken down, I can't remember what happened, but he was like, I'm gonna claim to be a black trans woman and see how fast they reinstate my channel. And you know what? They did. What is trans on paper? Trans on paper is when they ask you to fill out your self-ID report form. Even though you are a white male, you will check off, I am African American, I am transgender, I am a woman, my pronouns are she, her. Like, you check all of the special diversity boxes so that you may profit from the initiative that are usually blocked off from you. Fuck these companies! Based, very nice. Mr. Yoshino noted that some DEI critics had a limited view of what the programs consisted of. I read that already. The pessimists say, this is a terrible moment for DEI. DEI is over. The sky is falling. Mr. Yoshino said, I want to ask people what they think DEI actually is. This is like when you're playing a fucking JRPG and you're like in the middle of the story and you're about to like go and fight some of the big bad corporation boss bullies. And this is like the end of a cutscene right before you fight this guy, dude. What's happening? I'm glad that everything I read reinforces what I'm saying. As wonderful. Like the one dude who said he identified as female at a weightlifting contest and blitzed all the women. Yeah. Yeah. Just found me damn glad you did. Thanks for being a unique and fast October with the based-ass views. Thank you. Welcome. For all intents and purposes, for YouTube, I am a transgender, half black, half Latino woman of color. And then, another one here. Overcome the 4 barriers to building a for-all culture. Everyone should be involved in equity issues, from the CEO to the frontline staff. This is Bridge in action. Bridge is not a rebranding. It is not changing the language of DEI. Bridge is an initiative, and this is what it does. In today's workplace, equity for all should not be relegated to the mantra of the month or treated as a nice-to-have for organizations. A recent Great Place to Work study shows that companies that build for all, or innovation by all culture, generated 5.5 more revenue growth compared to less inclusive peers. The for all culture also leads to greater numbers of high-quality ideas and faster implementation. And we all know that this comes from the McKinsey study. The McKinsey study that we all know is bullshit. The McKinsey study that has been now proven resoundingly incorrect. What this means for businesses is that achieving equity for all employees of all identities and abilities, which I define as equity of representation, opportunity, compensation, and well-being, is a business imperative and a critical responsibility of all leaders. Once again, if you know what Bridge is, you recognize this language, you know what's happening here. High quality ideas, bruh. The revenue growth is the BlackRock money. My brain stopped. I was about to say something and now I don't remember what it was. The McKinsey study for pushing DEI in a corporate landscape is basically the same as that one Swedish study that came out, what is it now, like 10, 15 years ago, where they were like putting children on hormones, giving children blockers, giving children these surgeries is helpful. This will help curb transgender suicide. This is what needs to be done in the medical field. And now we know, 10 to 15 years later, I mean, people knew back then, they called it out. They were like, why are you treating a mental illness with a physical kind of medicine, right? Now we know, we watched the documentary during my donathon. Sweden has now gotten rid of that. They've said everything about that study was wrong. We're no longer giving hormones to children. We're no longer giving blockers to children. Surgeries shouldn't be happening on children. It made things worse. It did not make things better. And just like that study that everybody took as gospel and was repeated ad nauseum in every single news article, that's what the McKinsey study is for corporate DEI. It's something that had no basis in reality, that was wrong, that was biased, that everybody knew was bullshit from the get-go. But only now are they coming out and saying, well, we kind of proved the study wrong, actually. Put a video of Yoshino talking about the Supreme Court decision and stream suggestions. He's very out there. Thank you, Tigernock. I will get to that. Don't you worry, you pretty little butt. Imagine when your stupid method gets thrown out by the fucking Swedes. Exactly. And then they admitted their source was, they made it the fuck up! The info from the McKinsey study continues to be repeated in yearly courses you have to take for big corpo job. And they're going to keep repeating it until enough people find out that it's bullshit. There are still people in current year who repeat that, like, blockers and hormones are necessary or else your child's going to kill themselves. People still do that, even though it's been completely proven incorrect. If your worldview only works if literally everyone pushes it, maybe it doesn't really work. But sir, real communism hasn't been tried yet. Surely if we do it, we'll be better than all of those failed attempts. Ugh, my hair. Creating great workplaces is critical to tapping into the vast energy, resources, creativity, and solutions within each employee, no matter who they are or how they work. However, this goal requires a conscious commitment and accountability at all levels to overcome the 4 main barriers to creating a culture that fosters empowerment and inclusivity. Barrier 1 is lack of skills. I don't know how. A recent Gallup poll study found that only 28% of employees strongly agree their organization is fair to everyone. Surveys also show that almost 80% of employees want to work for a company that values equity, diversity, and inclusion. So where's the disconnect? Yeah, I definitely believe those numbers are incredibly correct. What is this study? Why the E in DEI matters? Hide this. Do you consider the workplace fair? What is equity? Fair. Gallup defines equity as fair treatment, access, and advancement for each person in an organization. This definition considers the historical and socio-political factors that affect opportunities and experiences so that policies, procedures, and systems can help meet people's unique needs without one person or group having an unfair advantage over another. I just want to let you know, how many normies do you think read this and just think, yeah, this makes sense, this is a good thing, why wouldn't I be for equal and fair treatment? Why wouldn't I be? Each person in an organization, unless they're white and male. Equity often involves issues related to fairness in pay, opportunities for advancement, and fairness in daily work experiences. For example, an organization might have a diverse workforce overall, but because of traditional job selection criteria, such as having a mentor or sponsor for candidacy, historically disadvantaged groups struggle to be promoted. In addition, an organization may have an inclusive culture, but pay and benefits favor men over women. How organizations and their workplace cultures treat childcare, maternity leave, work from home flexibility, or family obligations can create an unfair workplace environment. Office rules or norms may be the same for everyone, but those rules may benefit some while harming others. Your rule's bad, my rule's good. Why again do we think normies read it all? Because they do. They very much do. But most normies will take things at face value. Again, critical thinking is not something that is taught anymore, which is why you have an entire host of people that repeat buzzwords and don't actually know how to explain or defend their ideas. Some organizations consider equity an aspect of inclusion, but even if your organization uses the phrase diversity and inclusion, it's still worth discussing equity in your D&I efforts. This is, again, the companies that are coming out now trying to obfuscate their equity efforts are moving back to using visible language that is just diversity and inclusion. They're not using the word equity because most people who have been paying any iota of attention know what equity actually means.
Big boy, fuck along.
A lot of people still hear diversity and think of diversity in the actual meaning of the word when that's not how it's been used for decades. You've been following along, but is it saying that they want everyone in office and not working at home? No. This is saying they want everyone in any job position at a company working on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. They want you to be pushing their ideology so that they can transform culture. They didn't count on us actual outsiders paying attention. Even if they account for some outsiders paying attention, they account for it being such a small minority of people that they just sound like crazy conspiracy theorists, aren't taken seriously, and then just ignored so that these people can keep pushing their ideology until the culture victory is theirs. There are two main reasons why equity may be the missing piece in many organizations that are still struggling to improve diversity and inclusion. Your diversity problem may be an equity problem. Organizations struggling to retain and promote diverse candidates may need to be more proactive about investing in training, mentoring, or networking connections for historically marginalized groups. If organizations want a more diverse executive team, they may need to start leadership development programs earlier and support historically underrepresented groups to give them the relationships and experiences necessary for success. I don't think we should be giving people preferential racist treatment because hundreds of years ago something bad happened to someone that wasn't even related to them. I'm no conspiracy theorist. Why don't they convince the executives to equalize their pay or to that of the janitors? Oh, why would they do that? Scientology at least had a cool backstory and lore. Unfortunate. The sins of the father, true. Your inclusion problem may be an equity problem. Respect is the foundation of inclusion. Respect is the foundation of inclusion. We need to start having civil conversations, chat. Civility is a pillar of having a respectful and inclusive workplace. If people do not feel respected, they don't feel like they belong. Equity, fairness, is innately tied to respect. Equity is not fairness. It doesn't matter how many times you repeat this. Normies might believe it. People who don't understand the subversion of language might believe it, but that is not what it actually means. Please, I implore you, learn about subversive language. It's all so tiresome. Unfair pay practices, promotions, or recognition naturally create insiders and outsiders. As a result, trying to promote warmth, trust, and authenticity in an organization that feels structurally inequitable will inevitably fail and likely backfire. This is like when a government person is just like, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. If I was at a company and like the big head honcho man or someone from HR was like, we're trying to promote a culture in our company of warmth, trust, and authenticity. We want our organization to feel structurally equitable. We don't want inequities to make people feel like they are lesser than. I would be like, hey, yo, I feel like I'm being threatened right now. What the fuck is this? Grab your parachute. Yeah, like it's when companies are just like, we're a family. Welcome to our corporate family where we're going to treat you like this is home. Like that's creepy. Like, no, you're a company. I work for you. Shut the fuck up. That's a cult. Yeah, that's cult language. Equality versus equity. What's the difference? Equality and equity do not mean the same thing. Oh, we know, but I'm sure you're going to tell us a fantastical tale. Equality refers to treating each person the same. Equity refers to allocating resources based on need, because everyone has different circumstances. The fuck is this commie gobbledygook? Equity considers historical and socio-political factors that affect opportunities and experiences, and it designs policies and systems to meet the unique needs of others without giving an unfair advantage. And what's the fucking phrase? It's like from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. A fucking literal communist doctrine. But when I say the word Marxism, people are like, Kirsche, you're crazy. This is bad, but I just don't agree with you calling it what it actually is. From each according to his ability, to each according to his need. Where have I heard that before? Seize the memes of production. When it comes to the workplace, consider an organization that posts a job opening for a leadership position. The job posting is open for anyone to apply, and applicants will be judged based on their merits. In this way, there's equality. Everyone is treated the same. Help. However, the merits required may tell a different story. A college degree. Candidates selected based on university admissions decisions from decades ago. I think the college degree thing is bullshit in current year because you can't have a position for like a janitor and you're like, oh yeah, you need like 15 years of experience? Oh, you need a 4-year college degree? College degrees have become worthless in current year. Like, there are so many worthless degrees floating around, which is why the weird education bloat in applications has happened. It's making you want to read for the new intellectual again, true and real. 10 years of industry experience, candidates selected based on the biases of hiring managers, hiring practices, or industry cultures from a decade ago. This impacts everyone. I got news. This isn't something that disproportionately affects certain races. This affects everyone. This is a problem for everyone. And
lose game.
Please don't say that. You're graduating this year. Well, hopefully you don't have a degree in fucking black feminist basket weaving. If someone says that they're being intellectually dishonest and disingenuous, or their agenda is to defend Bridge and DEI while posing as someone from your side faking understanding, that person is a gaslighter. True. True and fucking real. Check DM so I can feel better. I'm in the middle of something! Employee referrals. Candidates may receive a special status based on social relationships unrelated to work performance. This is what networking is. Like, everybody hates nepotism, right? Some nepotism can be decent, especially if you're trying to, like, break into an industry that's very insular and cliquey, and you actually have the skills to be there. But, like, if you are someone who intermingles with people at your workplace, your name is going to come up far more often than if you're insular. Fuck all of us introverts, am I right? You hate having to network? Just read my fucking resume, same. I would prefer not to, but I understand the importance of it. Leadership experiences. Candidates need to have had mentors and advocates who granted them access to previous leadership roles. Like Kim Belair said, hire your friends. It doesn't matter if they don't have experience in the industry. You can pay them a living wage while they're gaining experience to be able to work there in other companies. Long before the selection process begins, discrimination may have occurred, allowing some to achieve merit and others not. So equal access does not necessarily mean an equal playing field. And once again, when you read their language about how equal access isn't the correct way to go about these things, you don't need equal access to opportunity, you need equal outcome. When they start saying, our diversity initiatives are open to everyone, even you cis-het white males can apply, we all know that they're either not going to accept any, or they're going to accept one token so that they can be like, look, we're not actually doing anything illegal. Weasley passive voice designed to say nothing to the widest audience. Long before the selection process begins, discrimination may have occurred. I read that, sorry. In contrast, an equitable approach considers the broader context of people's experiences. For example, the organization may provide alternative forms of leadership experience, proactively seek referrals, or invest in training programs that provide the education necessary for leadership roles. How to demonstrate equity in the workplace. Organizers committed to equity take a proactive approach to address unfairness in the workplace. They accept that there are broad, historical, and ongoing disparities and attempt to mitigate these inequities through positive action. Here are a few things to consider when approaching equity in your organization. Connect equity to your culture and values. DEI programs require a firm, long-term commitment in the face of challenges. For this reason, organizations shouldn't tack equity on to daily business. It needs to be at the heart of your organization's identity. Operationalization of business practices, the moral imperative. Leaders should reflect on how achieving greater equity will unleash the very best version of their organization. Do an equity audit for your organization. It can be hard to see how people move into, through, and out of a large organization. Who gets hired? Who gets promoted? Which teams feel fair? Where is disrespect hurting productivity and retention? Moreover, doing demographic analysis in an organization is sensitive and complex. Organizations should have reputable third parties with scientific expertise conduct an equity audit. And we have read many of these equity audits on stream. Again, from CAA, from Amazon, from Microsoft. We've brought up tons of these white pages and looked at how they are documenting and graphing their equity initiatives. And in the CAA white paper, we even saw how they were going further with how they think about diversity in this current landscape of having to obfuscate their language. Where they were saying that TV shows that are 40% or higher, but under 60%, I'm trying to remember the numbers in real time, I'm bad with numbies. So like up to 40% diversity in a show, where like at least 40% diversity in a show means 40% of the main cast are not white, are not male, are not straight. They have that classified as moderately diverse. But when there's 60+% diverse talent, again, they directly state this means not white, not male, not straight. That 60+% TV show then is very diverse. So they are charting different diversity levers by how little white straight male people are hired in them. This is not me making shit up. This is directly readable from their mouths. This is accessible to everyone online. This is like I feel like I have to repeat that because it sounds like a conspiracy theory, right? It sounds like that bullshit where everyone's like, oh, this is just the far right fear mongering, but it's like, no, they said this. They fucking said it. I did not say it. Exceedingly racist and sexist, yeah. Did she say I'm bad at numbies? Dude, numbies hurt my brain. It's because I'm a woman. Recognize that policies in practice may differ from policies on paper. Subjectively, and gray areas are part of any human institution. Policies may appear fair on paper, but how employees experience them in real life may be different than intended. Leaders need to truly investigate equity guidelines to make sure they understand what's actually happening. Interesting. This is a guide for organizational leaders. Am I able to download this? Because this is what I wanted. Right, we clicked on this. Oh. That's interesting. That's interesting that they want all this information. I clicked on the Gallup poll study that brought us to that article, and they didn't actually have the Gallup poll study in the article at all. They didn't actually have that. Oh my god, your phone number's even fucking asterisked. Holy shit. That's scary. I guess KB, if you can make up some bullshit and get your hands on this, I can look it over. A fucking course, they just lied, right, dude? Recent Gallup poll study that I apparently can't look at found that only 28% of employees strongly agree their organization is fair to everyone. Surveys also show that almost 80% of employees want to work for companies that value equity, diversity, and inclusion. So where's the disconnect? Sorry, I left my phone on today. Not a chance in hell. Many organizations lack the skills and knowledge needed to build truly equitable organizations. Leaders and employers often don't understand how to embrace and exhibit inclusive behaviors. And this is where the preachers come in. This is where the priests identify as consultants and say, we can guide you. Don't hire us directly. That makes you a target. It makes your company a target for these conservative conspiracy theorists trying to bring lawsuits against you. But consult with us and we'll tell you how to go under the radar so that you can push this moral imperative in the DNA of your company and not get found out. Help! That's them texting you. Oh my god, it's happening. To overcome this barrier, organizations should invest in hands-on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, and social impact experiences and interactive peer-to-peer foundational learning programs. DEIB and social impact requires cultural humility, challenging structural inequalities, and awareness of one's own social identities and biases. One of the things in the Amazon white paper that we read was Amazon talking about how they're going to use AI to help change how people think. And I'm pretty sure I read an article on this as well, but I can't remember. It was about how people need to change their mindset and their frame of mind because everyone has biases, and even if you don't realize it, you're thinking with those biases. So if you use AI that has been fine-tuned to remove these biases from its output, you will be able to remediate the biases you have by using the equitable AI systems. Yeah, that ain't happening with me. This is again them trying to reprogram people into the cult doctrine of their ideology, right? If they want everyone in the company to believe and to do this work with them, they need to somehow tackle and destroy the innate biases that might come up in people's minds. Which is, again, even if a small amount of you are just like, well, I work at Microsoft and I'm never going to believe that. They don't care. They don't need you to believe that. They just need the majority to go along with it. They just need the majority to either be the true believers, TM, or to be, I can't afford to lose my job, so I'm going to check these boxes and hope nothing bad happens.
And his name is John C.
Fine-tuned by someone with bias. It's not bias when they're doing it, you know? When they're doing it, it's for the greater good. By increasing DEIB and social impact understanding, curiosity, and openness at all levels, and I stress all levels, once again, the bridge language, all employees, not just the HR leaders, not just the marketing team, not just the CEO, everyone. From the code monkey grunt to the janitor to the cashier, you will be involved, whether you like it or not. Employees can develop a common understanding of the complex topics of intersectionality and unconscious bias. This education empowers individuals to better understand themselves, learn from others' experiences, practice allyship, and cultivate a culture of inclusion. Barrier 2, the lack of will. I don't wanna! I'm glad they're tackling exactly what I've been saying. Thank you, Bridge, for preparing me for reading this. According to a survey conducted by Management Leadership for Tomorrow, MLT, 45% of Chief Diversity Officers, CDOs, say slowing momentum around DEIB keeps them up at night. But like many initiatives, success will require leaders who are ready to lead from the front. For equity initiatives to be a success, CEOs and other executives must serve as internal and external champions. You will bring the work home with you. You will bring it to your dinner table. You will bring it to your friends' circles. You will bring it to your entertainment. You will embody the work. And the business case for executives making equity a priority has already been made. In a 2019 study by McKinsey, companies determined to be in the top quartile for diverse leadership were 36% more profitable than businesses placed in the bottom quartile. Another study by Deloitte Insights demonstrated that those companies whose employees trust their organizations to keep their commitments to equity and inclusion efforts saw an increase in worker performance and operational success. By prioritizing equity for all, CEOs can inspire confidence and maintain momentum in creating an inclusive workplace, because they know it's the best thing for business. 4-year-old debunked study, but we don't care! Most people aren't going to read the study. They're not going to read the study. They're not going to know that it's bullshit. They're just going to see a study being cited and be like, oh, well, there was a study on it, so it must be true. Barrier 3, lack of opportunity. I don't think it's part of my title. The most successful organizations in the world understand the importance of fostering a culture built on trust, equity, and belonging. Research from Great Place to Work shows these organizations outperform others by as much as 400%. And that's true in good times and bad. At thriving companies, 5 key employee groups were having positive, high-trust experiences around inclusivity, innovation, fairness, and integrity. That's actually fucking hilarious that they're finally starting to use the language of high trust. That's not what high trust means. They are subverting this phrase. What are we talking about right now? Welcome! The key groups of employees are women, frontline workers, hourly male workers, long-tenured employees, and people of color. So what they're saying here are 2 groups of people, women and people of color, who are easily manipulated into thinking that something good is happening for them when it's actually not. They're being manipulated into voting against their best interest, into capitulating to things that it will be against their best interest in the long run. Frontline workers, because these are necessary to the organization. If these are pushing the ideology, they're going to be an easy shield to use when people start pointing out what's happening. Hourly male workers are stuck in a position where they cannot move up to a salaried position, and they need these jobs because they probably don't pay that much money if they're hourly. So these are the men who cannot quit their jobs and will go along with the initiatives because they have no other choice. They might not believe in it, but they're not going to leave. Long-tenured employees are, again, people who have established themselves in the company, and if you can convince these people to push the initiative, you will have another great arm of your army pushing this. The salary bump is a scam. It's unfortunate, as it were. DEI perspective paper. Thank you, KB. Thank you, KB. Just an amalgamation of corpo and Marxism, and the only people with certain ideas get to be at the top. Yeah, but if you promise the proles on the ground enough nice things, they will push your ideology thinking that they will be a part of the ruling class, of the upper class, of the people that bad things don't happen to. Because they're one of the good guys, you know? Proletariat hate. Bolshevik hate. Salary doesn't exist either. You just wind up hourly. Yeah, there are some people who get salaried and then get less money than they were making hourly. Right, so sometimes getting salaried can actually be a bad thing because you will then be working overtime without making overtime money. There'll be a higher frequency of employee pizza parties. Boing. You'll be overworked. Standalone complex, they the 2. Support the anti-DEI Foxu. Support any anti-DEI initiative, dude. Holy shit. Consider this, the S&P 500 experienced a 35.5% stock performance decline from 2007 to 2009. However, companies where key employee groups said that they had very positive experiences gained 14.4%. Ignoring the need to create equitable workplaces can be acutely felt during an economic downturn. I like how they phrased this sentence with very positive experiences. Because that doesn't necessarily translate to an equitable workplace, does it now? You can have a very positive experience and your workplace can be as non-equitable as possible. Yet companies often fail to hold all their leaders accountable for their DEIB efforts or lack thereof. Another survey of CDOs conducted by MLT said that while 70% of their CEOs and 60% of executive leadership are held accountable for DEIB, accountability decreases significantly at middle management, as only 34% of middle and frontline managers are being held accountable. And a Gallup study confirms the important role that middle managers play in a team's engagement and performance. The study found that managers are responsible for 70% of the variance in team engagement, meaning their individual approach significantly impacts team performance. This includes their efforts to contribute to creating an equitable environment for all. A small pay, thank you for the 10. Your boss responded to someone in a stand-up this morning. Your problem isn't this, it's that you're a lesbian. And that person said, yeah, pretty much. My work group is fun. Still trying to figure out what a high trust experience means. A good question, man. Recognizing the business benefits as well as the impact on people, all leaders, including middle managers who often lead frontline and hourly workers, are responsible for prioritizing and evangelizing strategic initiatives that foster equity at work.
Lets you have 2 comms?
What a weird way of putting. Why would you want them to be evangelizing? I can't pronounce that word, man. Gundam just tweeted about the Microsoft situation. Oh shit. High trust experience means you will follow along everything no matter what. Probably. High trust in their words is probably like you will just actually do what we want. You're not going against the grain. Evangelizing? I don't know why that word trips up my brain, dude. Evangelizing is an accurate description. It really is. It really is. It's a religion. You need these preachers, man. To hold leadership accountable, action plans must be created for each business unit. Help. Which includes agreed upon goals and built into performance reviews to get people managers involved to maximize impact. It's also a way to celebrate success. After all, what gets measured gets done. We got the Gundam link you. We got the Gundam link you. I can't copy it. God, I fucking hate OBS, man. Sometimes OBS is terrible and it makes me want to die. Makes me want to DEI. I literally cannot copy Ziz, can you send this to me in DMs? I literally can't copy it. People managers, not sinister at all. True and real. True and real. This is the wrong DM. This is the wrong DM. Here we go. Bingo. Oh no! Oh no! Papa Gundam, no! The times are not a-changin'! Microsoft is reportedly shuttering a major diversity, equity, and inclusion team, according to an email sent by the team's leader to a number of staff last week, in which they state that companies no longer see DEI programs as business critical. Times aren't changing. Times aren't changing. I know I'm a small lady. They are changing. They're getting worse. Oh my god. Thanks for that little tidbit, IGN. It's not a no shit Sherlock moment. They're not changing. They're not getting rid of it. They're not getting rid of it. You wonder if they sent it to specific employees and now they're gonna fire those leakers while they're at it? Doubtful. Doubtful. This is exactly the kind of PR they want. They want people to believe that they're getting rid of it so that they can go further underground and keep doing the work without threat of people outing them or conservatives bringing lawsuits against them. Time for the tweet. It's time for the tweet. Back to this article. Barrier 4 is lack of trust. I don't trust my leaders. Trust is the #1 critical factor in the relationship between a worker's performance and operational success. Building trust and transparency is crucial for employees to fully embrace the idea of an equitable culture. How can companies build a high-trust relationship between leaders and employees? Managers play a significant role in this process by actively listening, being honest and supportive, modeling desired behaviors, and being accountable. Companies must measure trust levels within their organizations and have a deep understanding of what trust means to their employees. The Great Place to Work trust model helps companies understand where they are today and provides a roadmap to becoming a great workplace for all, with trust at the center of all relationships. For all means everyone can innovate, everyone can make deep and long-lasting connections, and everyone can contribute when they are at their best. The companies that fully embrace a for-all mindset will win. Man, oh god, my brain. I just had a bad thought. If I'm over here literally in real time debunking the whole Microsoft is actually getting rid of DEI, but I am just a tiny brain damaged foxoo on the internet, and all of the people who would otherwise agree with my stances on these things are tweeting out how Microsoft is doing a good thing, how DEI is dying, and how everything is finally fixing itself, people are going to believe that over my messaging because I don't have the platform to be believable. And so this is just going to get shoved further under the rug, and less people are going to notice what's happening. Chat, I'm feeling the demoralization. And it's because people don't read anything but the titles of articles. Reply under the tweet. How would I even reply? I've been talking about this for almost 2.5 hours. How do I condense this? How do I condense this without just trust me, bro? Need everyone to delete their tweets and issue new statements? I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think that's gonna happen, dude. Side scrollers didn't fall for it. I know. Bless fucking Craig, dude. Bless up. I love that, man. You can't, and that's the point. It's just like if not only they are going underground to push this easier without obstruction, but everyone who is against what they're doing believes they are winning, how the fuck do you convince people otherwise? You already stopped listening as soon as you said Gundam disagree. Well, you're my audience. You've been watching me dig into this for 7.5 months. I know you guys take me seriously, but like, the chance that other people will see it on social media and be like, well, why would I listen to this fucking anime thing over all of my favorite flesh people?
And his name is John.
Do not falter nor doubt yourself. You've been making the move almost by yourself and it'll get out. I hope so. I had a momentary bad feeling. Stop doom pilling. It's a long road, but people will understand. I hope so. I'm sorry for a little bit of doom, but like, I'm only human. I doubt myself sometimes, chat. Imagine being a flesh people. Well, I don't use flesh people derogatory. I just think it's funny that, like, you know, VTuber, virtual tuber, flesh streamer. I think it's funny. It's not derogatory. Pretty sure he'll listen. I'm pretty sure he would. I'm pretty sure Gundam would. I'm not like trying to fucking disparage him. I just got a thought, and you know, my brain beat me up about it. Don't doubt, notice. Oh my god, should you super chat Tim Pool during his IRL segments about Bridge? I mean, if you can get fucking Beanie Man onto Bridge, that would be a huge fucking accomplishment. Believe in the you that chat believes in, true and real. Don't go down the doomer route. You know the term slow and steady? I know. I'm not gonna start dooming and saying like I shouldn't bother with doing any of this because it won't matter. I'm not doing that. But like, again, I'm only human. And I'm gonna doubt myself sometimes, right? Like, it's just bound to happen, chat. Your statement is believable. You're simply saying, keep fighting. This is a fake out, but they're feeling pressured, so we're on the right track. Yeah, we're doing the right thing. We're making ground. They wouldn't have to scurry and change their language and try to put out all these fucking articles to make us believe that we're winning if they weren't afraid that we actually will. Again, we've seen so many companies like Amazon and the CAA completely mask off and just be like, yeah, actually, diversity this whole time just meant less white people, less men, less straight people. And it's like, well, we knew that for like the past 30 fucking years. But some places have felt so bold as to just say it now. Got Musk to respond, we can reverse this true and real. True and real. Foxu, only human, grug, confusion. But any luck forwarding the Bridge stuff to O'Keefe or Tucker Carlson? I haven't tried Tucker Carlson, but I did send messages to O'Keefe. I've been trying, chat. The Pakistani national, thank you to the 5 Canadian. Bridge can't do it overnight, and neither can you. The problem is that Bridge started in 2021, and I only noticed Bridge like at the end of last year, and I only started digging into Bridge when like it is like it is just a stroke of luck that I found any of this. Because I found any of this, I watched a video from The Quartering, and he wasn't even talking about this. He was promoting a sponsor for an app called Veebs, and he was showing like what Veebs does. And one of the things on there was like the top 10 list of the most woke companies, and Campbell's Soup was on that list. And I was like, I fucking eat Campbell's Soup. What the fuck has Campbell's done? I haven't heard of Campbell's in the news doing anything crazy, and I keep up on this stuff, right? Like, I talk about this stuff all the time with you guys, and I'd never heard of Campbell's doing anything weird. So I decided to look up Campbell's. And when you look up Campbell's DEI initiatives, one of the very first things that comes up is an article from 2022 about how Campbell's is sponsoring and spearheading the Bridge Initiative. And I was like, well, what the fuck is that? And that was the beginning of my journey. You remember the soup tangent that started the journey? Like, I found all of this shit off stream, but my mind was like completely blown because it's like, what the fuck is happening? What am I reading? I make my own soup now. And so ever since January, when I did my first stream on it, I've just been talking about it. But Bridge has like multiple years on me, even if their actual initiative to changing the corporate landscape only started last year. It might seem weird. You should try reaching out to Jordan Peterson. He's very involved in the culture war, and he seems like he would listen and take you seriously, even if you're using an anime avatar. I'm sorry, I'm an anime person. Please don't be racist to me. Do not let yourself give in to doubt, for that is you selling short core values. It's only human to feel doubt sometimes, Chad. It doesn't mean I'm gonna give up, and it doesn't mean I'm gonna like just stop doing what I'm doing. But it's only normal to feel like hits in your confidence and to feel like, well, man, holy shit, you know? It's normal. That's normal. You bet Jordan Peterson talked behind a lobster avatar. Ayo, cup noodles are finally microwavable. Oh my god. Better to notice now than not notice until it's too late. True. True and real. True and real. Help. Oh god.
If you buy a fox and you put the fox in your house, it's gonna do fox things.
I do the fox thing! Demonari Null, thank you for the 15... The fuck is... Thank you for the 15 hedge mazes? I don't know what that is. I've never seen that symbol before. You tried talking to some leftist friends you had about these things, and they deflected by talking about Project 2025? What is that? I'm not American! Project 2025 recently had a leak where like a furry hacker group managed to hack their website and find that all of the IPs contributing to it came from China. I know part of Project 2025 was dismantling the Fed, because this is part of like what my uncle talked to me about, and I was like, yeah, dismantling the Fed is a good idea. Get rid of the FBI, get rid of the CIA. If you want to have them, build them from the ground up, because what they are right now are bad. And then he called me a communist, so... It's bullshit. They want to attribute it to Trump, but he doesn't even know what it is either. A furry hacker. Yeah, the furry hacker group also disbanded after leaking all of this information about Project 2025, so, that's a little weird. Does he not understand that communists were pro-government control? He thinks that I'm a communist for supporting Trump for president because he believes that Trump is going to become a dictator and give himself absolute powers while dissolving all of, like, Congress and the Senate. So he believes that de facto I am a communist because Trump is going to become a king in America. Oh, he's one of those. Yeah. Only a few were from China. The info came from Jackie Sin. She's a famous fake hacker woman. I don't know all of the information about the furry hacker situation. I had an article about it up in a tab, but I have not been able to get to it in like, what, 4 or 5 days. I know. Where did I leave off reading? Building equity at work requires a purposeful shift in organizational culture that will require effort, input, and accountability from everyone. By addressing barriers such as lack of understanding, will, opportunity, and trust, companies can create an environment where all employees feel empowered and valued, which will unleash innovation, productivity, and advocacy. By taking these steps, organizations can pave the way for a future where equity is the norm, not the exception. When I've been telling you for the last 7.5 months that Bridge has been saying this is not just a moral imperative, it's what they need to do to transform culture. When I tell you this is not about profit, this is not about money, they are foregoing short-term profit for the long-term cultural victory. They are telling you the same exact thing, just not in such bold phrasing. They want equity to be the norm. They want this to be your future. This is all about eventual cultural control. It is. It is, and it's unfortunate. And then KB gave me... Let me turn off my browser for a second here, because he gave me the put-off. He gave me the put-off, the DEI put-off. This is 14 pages, and I'm looking through this in real time, so I'm sorry if I'll be a little slow figuring out what's going on here. Advancing DEI Initiatives, a guide for organizational leaders. Copyright standards. They're gonna strike my channel. Like my status. Table of contents. The power of diversity, equity, and inclusion. The right DEI metrics make all the difference. 4 key considerations. Gallup can help. I'm sure they can. Gallup has been studying the public on questions related to diversity of various kinds for decades. We've also measured how employees of different demographic groups, such as genders, races, ethnicities, and generations, experience the workplace.
Nice call.
Through our research, we have discovered that specific experiences have an impact on employees' engagement, retention, well-being, and perceptions of their team members and employer. For example, employees who feel included based on strongly agreeing with Gallup's recommended measures for inclusion are more engaged at work than those who do not strongly agree with those survey items. Engagement higher for those who strongly agree with inclusion items. Respect at work. I am treated with respect. This has nothing... I feel like the majority of people... Employee engagement is measured using Gallup Q survey. Percent engaged among those who strongly agree or do not agree with each item. I don't believe this. I don't believe that 65% of people strongly agree that they are treated with respect at work. There's zero fucking way that I believe that is a real statistic. Fucking clueless, man. My current employer is committed to building the strengths of each employee. 85% strongly agree. What fucking bizarro world am I looking at? What is, like, what is this? Who did they interview? Where do they work? At the whore sucking you off factory? The problem with that 65% is the generalization. This should honestly be broken down by industry. Even if it should be broken down by industry, like, this is crazy. Integrity. If I raised a concern about ethics and integrity, I am confident my employer would do what is right. 65% strongly agree. Chat, this isn't real. Like, I don't know where this data is coming from, but this just, like, not even from a diversity, equity, and inclusion perspective, but just from an average workplace perspective, this can't be real. Mirror world. Authenticity. At work, I feel comfortable being myself. 66% said they strongly agree. Chat, we have read for decades about how people are like, I'm LGBTQ and I can't be myself in the office space. Like, we have articles that say that this year. Who the fuck are they interviewing? What is happening? I am genuinely losing my mind here. It's real and accurate as long as you cherry pick the data. I feel like a valued member of my team. 73% strongly agree. I keep having to, like, look back up here because I'm just like, am I reading this wrong? As it like supposed to be the green bar is the disagree? Like, what is happening? This is like a survey from game devs. It really is. This is insanity. A lot of people get given these surveys at work and then just speed through it, selecting the top answer on the list. Jesus Christ. My supervisor creates an environment that is trusting and open. 72% strongly agree. That's not the percent who strongly agree, that's the percent of high engagement among those who strongly agree. I guess it does say percent engaged among those who strongly agree or do not agree with each item. But that still means that 65% engagement from people who agree that they are treated with respect, that their employer is making them feel valued, that they create a trusting and open environment. So it's still just like, what the fuck is this? I wonder if these surveys are from people that work from home. I don't know, man. I have the freedom to make the decisions I need to do my job well. 69% of those engaged agree. When I was working at my insurance job, after I was promoted to the overnight manager, I had to... Binary Mind said he's taken this poll. Most people don't take it seriously. I imagine most don't, right? This is part of the check in the boxes nonsense. But like when I was at my insurance job as the night manager, when anything happened, it would be on me to fix it. One time we had all of our computer systems shut down entirely. I tried calling my manager and she didn't answer her phone. Understandable, right? Because she works during the day and I'm the night manager. And so since she didn't pick up, I called the IT guy who was on call. So he did answer his phone and I said, hey, this is what happened with our systems. I don't know how to fix this. I need you to figure out what happened to get these back up and working so we can continue work. It took him maybe like half an hour. He figured things out. He got everything up and working. The next day, my boss called me into her office and said, why did you call the IT guy? And I said, well, our systems were down. We couldn't continue doing work. She was like, you are supposed to call me. I said, I did call you. You didn't answer your phone. She said, you're supposed to keep calling me until I answer. You're not supposed to take the initiative into your own hands to fix the problem with the IT guy. That is my job. And I was like, I'm being reprimanded for fixing something so that our business operations were not impacted. I called the correct person that you also would have called, but you're upset that I didn't wake you up. You stole her thunder. Certified woman moment. So it's just like from personal experience, I do not believe any majority of people believe that they have freedom to make decisions unless they are already in an upper managerial or owner class. Her name isn't on the ticket, so she can't claim she fixed it. Solves the problem. Why did you solve the problem? Am I the manager responsible for making things run smoothly from this hour to this hour? Or am I not, right, dude? Do not distinguish yourself, slave. It's just like... When I was manager, again, we had like the grunt claims intake people, which is how I started as well, where you're just basically a bot, you run numbers, you file claims the whole day. Whenever people couldn't reach a company, like a small insurance company, whenever they couldn't reach them to set up a claim, or maybe they couldn't find information on the insured, so a claim wasn't able to be set up, you're supposed to do something called kickbacks, which is where you say, hey, this was a claim I was supposed to set up. Here's the information on the claim. I couldn't get in touch with the company or I couldn't find the person. And then you kick that back to someone like me as a manager. And I'm supposed to use LexisNexis to find out more information on that person to see if I can then put that claim back out in the pool and have other people finally file it. If I can't find any information on LexisNexis, I was supposed to kick that back to a manager above me so that they can do more investigation. And a lot of times, grunt employees, you know, they don't really care about their work, so they would kick back things to me from like Geico or State Farm, and I would look at LexisNexis and I'm like, this is the correct information, this is the correct insured, there was no reason you couldn't file this claim, please do your job. And I was told by one of the day managers that I shouldn't be doing that. And I was like, what do you mean? If all of the information is there, the grunt workers should be able to do it. Like, what else do you want me to do? She's like, I want you to sign the kickback reports to the higher ups, even if you found the information. I was like, I do not feel comfortable putting my signature on reports where I am bold-faced lying that my employees could not file the report when I found the information that means they could do so. Why not talk to Grums about bridge? I gave him all of my bridge research a couple of months ago. So, I mean, it's definitely... He doesn't have all of it because there's been more since those months ago, but I gave him all the links. Holy fraud, Batman. Yeah, I did not feel comfortable doing that. We don't have an IT guy. You took up the mantle to get things fixed and improved. You went through your assistant supervisor because the supervisor wouldn't push ideas through where they needed to go. The more you fixed, the more your supervisor hated you. How dare you not be lazy? Your wife gets that a lot from her company's tech support. Tech support sends things to her when they don't want to bother to do their jobs. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That was a shit show of a story. The bitch trying to sabotage you and then expose you for a promotion. It's just like, that's what she does, right? She was like, this is what we do on day shift. If people kick back things to us, we don't give them the information to actually do it. You just send it to the superiors. You don't try to get it done. You just send it back up to them. And it's like, well, why would I do that? Why would I make things slower? Why would I make things inefficient when we can just get it done? But if everyone is used to doing the bare minimum, if nobody wants to actually put the effort in, if I put that effort in, it makes them look bad. And that's a problem. Corporate culture embraces learned helplessness. Low expectations are the norm and taking initiative is penalized. Yeah, true. But what I've told the story multiple times, but like when I got promoted to manager... When I got promoted to manager and they announced that I would be doing managerial stuff and that they would be able to send me like questions and kickback requests, and I was moving the clean room that I was in, a black woman who had been there for longer than me stood up and said, she's only getting promoted because she's white. This is a problem. There are other people more deserving of that promotion that you've passed over, and you only took her because she's white. I had the highest claim output numbers of everyone in the building. I was outperforming literally everyone, including the managers. But it was only because I was white that I got the promotion. I was like, that was the first time that like I had that like literally just said directly in front of me, in front of my boss, in front of my coworkers. So I was like so stunned I could not speak. I was just like, what the fuck is happening? You look acoustic? I am. Welcome. Sounds racist to me. I don't know, man. Let's see here. What's the next page? Gallup consultants can provide clients with additional DEI-related information based on Gallup's extensive workplace database. However, the most important discoveries and opportunities for enhancements to a workplace culture arise when examining a specific organization's needs, listening to the voices of their employees, and acting upon those results. In this brief, we present our recommendations for DEI-related workplace measures, as well as key considerations for leaders aiming to improve DEI in their organization. Interesting. To reflect on your experience, would I work at an insurance company again? No, I told the story a few streams before. It was good work for someone remotely introverted like me, and before I had to quit my job because of health issues, I had thought that I would be able to springboard, because I was being cross-trained at this point. I was a manager for auto claims. I was doing property adjustments. My company wanted to pay for me to get my adjuster's license. So instead of just being a desk adjuster, I could be a field adjuster. I didn't want to do that. Being a field adjuster made me feel like that would be a terrible thing. And I was also doing fraud investigations. And doing fraud investigations was probably the most fun I had at that job. So I was like, maybe I can springboard what I'm doing here, since I don't want to be a field adjuster, and I can use my access and my investigation part of my job, as well as having worked minorly, like it's not, I didn't do anything crazy. I helped the FBI on a case of moving illegal immigrants around. I was like, maybe I can look into becoming a detective, like on a police force. And then eventually I can move from a detective on a police force to being an investigator at the FBI. This was like my life plan. until anxiety had other plans for me. As a fraud investigator, do you learn how not to get caught? Legally, I'm not going to answer your question. She's covered the band ending, the tours. I haven't talked about that yet, but they are in a tab. We got into another bridge hole because there's a lot to cover here. She wants to be a Fed. Look, the best way to dismantle something is to infiltrate them from the inside, as we've seen from all these DEI fanatics. How did I find a job in the insurance industry? You did finance in uni, and it seems impossible. You're gonna have to start as a claims grunt, pretty much. So I was trying to leave Massachusetts at the time, and I was applying to basically any jobs in a state where I had friends. And the insurance company was the first one to contact me back. And I had the skills necessary to be a claims grunt, which is basically just like, I had computer knowledge. I was used to working with large expanded computer setups because I was a gamer. I had very high typing speed. They made me take the typing test at work 3 times because they didn't believe my typing speed was correct. So I was able to get my foot in the door by doing grunt claims work. So if you find an insurance company you want to work at, it's not going to be great pay in the beginning. It's usually a little bit above minimum wage, but not like crazy high. And you're gonna just be somebody who either talks to the people who are insured at your company, and you're going to set up a claim at your company with them, or the job that I had specifically was to be a robot. I would have claims that were set up by my insureds, and I would call the other insurance companies and make sure to set up a claim with the insured party on their side that had been in a car accident with my insured. Her speed is in the nails. They're necessary. They add plus 10 speed to my typing ability. Overclocked Foxy typist, yeah. What is your word per minute? It's about 120. How dare they not believe in the Kirsche typies? A Pyro Beetle, thank you for the 2 Canadians! The Kirsche's Taco, let's go! What the hell? What the hell? Did I interact with lawyers in my job? Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes, yeah. What was really funny was when I was doing, like, fraud investigation stuff and I had to go tell a field adjuster that they were wrong. Sometimes after sending them, like, all of the numbers and all of the images on the case that they were working on and be like, hey, this looks like... This looks like the insured is actually taking you for a ride, man. You might want to inspect this again. Sometimes they would call my boss and be really fucking angry that I told them that they were wrong. And my boss would just have to be like, she's just doing her job, dude. Like, if she says you're wrong, go fucking check it again. My Oshi types faster than your Oshi. You envy American wages? Oh, man. Get the ghost in the shell fingers. Oh, my mods haven't caught this guy yet, so I'm just gonna ban him. Mods, used your special eyes. Joseph Wendell, thank you for the 2. I earned a new subscriber. Thank you, welcome. Oh, she type fast. True and real. You liked reaching out to lawyers for arbitration? They were really cool and laid back. Yeah, I've had no issues talking to lawyers. Penis explosion ray. Diversity are the traits and characteristics that make people unique. Diversity represents the full spectrum of human differences, often based on race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, age, socioeconomic status, neurodiversity, and physical disability. Many organizations also recognize personal differences, such as talents, education, or tenure, as elements of diversity. Funny that they didn't put diversity of thought in there, eh? Equity is fair treatment, access, and advancement for each person. Equity involves taking into consideration the historical and socio-political factors that affect opportunities and experiences, so that policies, procedures, and systems can help meet people's unique needs without one person or group having an unfair advantage over another. Equity is the injection of unfair advantage. Like, their flowery words are very believable if you don't know what's going on, but it's just like, it's just a bold-faced lie. They're trying to make being autistic lame and gay. Inclusion is an environment that makes people feel welcome, respected, and valued. In inclusive environments, individuals are appreciated for their unique characteristics and therefore feel comfortable sharing their points of view and other aspects of their true and authentic self. They feel respected, accepted, and encouraged to fully participate in the organization. Fuck. The RuneScape Herald, thank you for the 5. You make $21 an hour just making sandwiches in Missouri, which is a hell of a lot of money here when you compare it to working for harder jobs, which only pay you 16. It was a little crazy to me back in the day when I was working at a hotel chain. And I had a similar wage to someone doing a similar job in another state, but they were only getting paid, I was like, I think like 11 something an hour, and I was getting paid 22 an hour. I was definitely living in a higher cost of living state, but even in the US, that makes you kind of think about how companies can pay you way, way, way less than somebody else in the same position as you elsewhere. $21 for sandwiches? Where do I fucking sign up? Apparently you gotta go live in Missouri. But that's the place to be. Zim the Daspo, they give the 5. Funny they don't include diversity of thought. You believe that's the point, Kirsche? No, I know it's the point. I know it's the point, you know it's the point, but I'm still gonna point out the obvious. You feel appreciated in your current job, the pay is meh, but your boss gives you hand jobs during your hour lunch. Self-employed, by the way. I'm glad your payment benefits include workplace lunch hand jobs. You can't live in Missouri, you have family there. The right DEI metrics make all the difference. To make real progress for diversity, equity, and inclusion at your organization, you must make changes that are seen, felt, believed, and trusted by individuals across your organization. When employees have certainty that their leaders are fair, equitable, and inclusive, it changes the way employees behave and perform. In other words, employee opinion are at the heart of authentic culture transformation. How authentic is it if the people that disagree with you don't want to lose their jobs and also don't like to create problems? We have been taught our entire lives from starting in elementary school with the... what the fuck are they called? The everyone's a bad guy policy. Or like if you stand up to your bully, like it's your fault too, so you also get punished. We have been taught and trained to not speak out against things that treat us poorly. That if you speak out against poor treatment, you are the problem. You are creating drama. You are creating issues. You need to just shut the fuck up and take the poor treatment. Zero tolerance. Thank you. That's what it's called. Zero tolerance policies. This is zero tolerance being aggregated as something that we just got used to being normal. Right? This is the normalization. At one point, the modern audience was being taught to the people older than us, and we were the modern audience they were raising. We have been taught it is normal to not defend yourself, to not speak out. You need to shut up and keep your head down and just keep doing your work, or else you're going to lose your job. And you don't want that, right? You don't want to lose the ability to support your family, do you? You don't like what's going on? That's fine. Don't speak up about it. Zero tolerance is BS. Some people get protected and some people get to work. Yep. I always hated No Child Left Behind, even as a child, strangely enough. I thought No Child Left Behind was also really dumb. Because it's like, if somebody falls behind in class, they should go get extra help themselves in their free time, instead of holding back the entire class. Thanks, Bush. Zero tolerance is actually zero tolerance for reporting. Yes, we have been conditioned to deal with bad things. That your poor treatment is normal. In fact, your poor treatment is equitable. You're okay with being the problem. Employers of certain sizes are required to report workplace data, including data about gender and race/ethnicity, to the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission each year. And this is why, like, I put at least, like, this looks like a victory when the Tractor Supply Company came out, because they said they will stop reporting. Besides needing to meet legal requirements, some organizational leaders want to understand the diversity of their workforce to ensure that they have teams that benefit from a greater pool of knowledge, perspective, experience, and skill. Because of legal risks of collecting and/or reporting demographic information such as age, gender, and race ethnicity, leaders who want to learn or report the demographics of their workforce should always consult their legal team for guidance. It's actually really funny, right? Because, like, when I read this, I'm like, what do you mean the legal risks of collecting and reporting the demographic information? It's always collected. We're asked in everything we do. I'm asked when I go to the doctor, when I go to the gynecologist, when I apply for a mortgage, when I apply for any kind of job. Like, I am asked for this information in everything I do and everywhere I go. What do you mean, the legal risks? Your Microsoft apparently fired their DEI team? Oh boy, you have a lot of catching up to do, Jester, sir. Welcome to the chat. Oh my god. You always were told to tell the teacher on bullies, and every time you did, they did nothing and only made it worse, sometimes even forcing you to apologize to them for hitting you. And then they wonder why school shootings happen. They don't care. It was the conditioning to turn us into a modern audience and normalize that behavior. Normalize being treated poorly and just dealing with it. They mean it's illegal for them to discriminate against white people. Yeah, probably. In addition to potential legal concerns, organizations should consider that including demographic questions in a survey can be perceived by employees as intrusive and can affect survey participation negatively. Gallup recommends including demographic variables and/or demographic questions on employee surveys only if there is a strong need and a well-thought-out plan to use the information in a way that will improve the workplace. Analyzing equity. These items allow leaders to identify regions, departments, or teams in which employees do not feel they are being treated fairly. They provide benchmarks to show improvements in perceived equity across the organization. The 3 key equity-related topics are fairness, pay, and opportunities for advancement. Oh man, there was an article that we read about this from the Bridge Smart Brief, and there was like a thermometer-looking graph. And it was talking about how many people still perceived that women get paid less than men for the same jobs and whatnot. And like the percent of people that perceive that there is a wage gap between genders and between races. I can't remember what article that was, but I distinctly remember reading it on stream. When an employee strongly agrees with these statements, they are experiencing equity at work. My organization is fair to everyone. I am paid fairly for the work that I do. And I have the same opportunities for advancement as other employees in my organization. How leaders can be confident that they have created an inclusive culture. Gallup has identified and validated the following components of inclusion in the workplace. These elements capture the sense of being one's authentic self and feeling like a part of the team. When an employee strongly agrees with these statements, they are experiencing inclusion at work. At work, I am treated with respect. My current employer is committed to building the strengths of each employee. If I raised a concern about ethics and integrity, I am confident my employer would do what is right. 4 additional inclusion-related items for digging deeper. Why is this capitalized? At work, I feel comfortable being myself. I feel like a valued member of my team. My supervisor creates an environment that is trusting and open, and I have the freedom to make the decisions I need to do my job well. Ultimately, DEI is not about diversity reports or good intentions. It's about making a decision and taking action to change the way you do business to improve the lives of individuals who have been historically marginalized. That's true. It's not about good intentions. It's not just a moral imperative. It needs to be an operationalized business practice. Culture transformation. Who's right? Kirsche's right. Culture transformation does not happen without the long-term, serious commitment of leaders who see their culture as a part of their business strategy. To make meaningful improvements to their organizational culture, leaders should integrate DEI initiatives along with a belief in the power of unleashing human potential through strengths development into the mission, culture, and values of their organization. Whether leaders have just begun their DEI journey or are far down the road of trial and error, they should answer the questions below to help them build an effective, long-term DEI strategy. What is your commitment? What changes will you make? How will you track progress? How will you sustain that progress? Let's see here. Enhancing DEI over the long term requires more effort than exploring what everyone else is doing and implementing a few ideas with a check-the-box mentality. Truly transforming organizational culture requires differentiating activities based on data-driven discoveries. I hate this, right? But I love seeing the bridge language in all of this. Because it's just like, it puts things into such a perspective when you understand what's happening. Before leaders decide which changes to implement, they need to have a clear understanding of their organization's baseline. Gallup recommends that leaders diagnose their organizations for DEI using the latest science and data analysis techniques. It's funny that they use the word diagnose, because one of the white pages we read, I can't remember which one it was, so I'm not going to state any company name, but one of them said that it was a DEI health checkup. You needed a DEI health checkup in order to make sure that your company is healthy in DEI and on the right track. Gallup's world-class analytics help employers understand how employees are moving through their organization, from recruitment to promotion to exit, taking into account the entire employee experience. For example, Gallup can help leaders identify bottlenecks in development and succession strategies. When programs target only certain aspects of the workplace and ignore others, these results can make employees feel confused and frustrated. And this is, again, going back into their language, where it has to be everyone at the company, not just marketing, not just HR. It has to be everyone. Consider how addressing DEI-related considerations during onboarding but not addressing them at the team level could leave employees feeling let down. When crafting DEI programs, keep the following points in mind. Address the DE and the I. There can be benefits to focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion separately.
Never forget that their cultural victory means the erasure of yours. Did you hate the destruction of American statues? The media lying about riots? These are the people that caused it. Motivate yourself by realizing their victory means your death.
Exactly. That's very succinctly put. Thank you, Spider God, for the heckin' $25 doodles. That was a very, very good way to phrase it. Thank you, my guy. However, isolating each pillar too much can hinder or undermine progress in any one element. Create buy-in through aligned culture and values. When an organization's culture doesn't demonstrate the values they are communicated to employees, initiatives lack authenticity and meaning, which threatens buy-in and sustainability. This is, again, targeting the companies who just were doing check-the-box nonsense to virtue signal and look good. The companies are not supposed to check the box. They're supposed to genuinely push this ideology. Implement both broad and targeted DEI initiatives. Pair organization-wide culture initiatives that emphasize inclusion for everyone with DEI initiatives that address the needs and experiences of people in specific groups. Consider local needs for DEI strategies. Organizational leaders should develop specific DEI initiatives locally or in close collaboration with local leaders, managers, and employees to ensure the strategies target the needs and concerns that are most relevant to the population. Collaboration with local leaders also ensures that strategies are implemented in ways that are authentic and culturally appropriate. Once your organization decides on your commitments, it becomes essential that managers understand their critical role in the engagement, development, and well-being of their team members. Employees experience their organization primarily through their manager. Leaders' intentions for DEI initiatives mean nothing if managers don't deliver on the organization's policies and values. Employers should teach their managers to spot, celebrate, and coach toward their organization's expected DEI behaviors. Oh, that's like when you vax-maxed, you would get stickers and lollipops. Defining your organization's values and expectations is only the first step. Managers need training to help them build trusting relationships and hold meaningful conversations that lay a foundation for effectively coaching on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Leaders should communicate through words and actions frequently and consistently the ways that demonstrate and foster inclusion in the workplace. Organizations often increase company-wide communication, commit resources, and change policies to reflect a focus on DEI. Leaders' daily interactions with employees should also show that DEI is a priority. Daily interactions. Leaders are responsible for creating a work environment where people feel safe, offering new perspectives and sharing about their personal lives, and where employees are recognized for their unique contributions. Look, man, I don't care about Deborah scissoring Susan. I don't care about Dave and Dan getting married. I don't care about Susan and William getting married. I don't want to hear Peggy come into work and be like, "Oh no, I had a polyamorous relationship with Sven and Helga and Roland, but then Roland cheated on Sven with another guy and he wasn't approved in our polycule." I don't want to hear that shit. I'm here to do my fucking job. Stop trauma dumping! What are you doing? You are a coworker, not a friend. How do you do, fellow employee? Did you get your latest opinion update? Oh my god, you want to hear it? It's better than trash TV. Not Sven, he would never. I'm really bad at thinking of names off the top of my head, man. Some organizations develop a strengths-based culture to help cultivate a common language within their teams. Strengths-based interventions using Gallup's Clifton Strengths have been shown to convey individual contributions and future potential, and increase employee engagement, which is highly predictive of perceived respect, care, and inclusion within a team. Skyrim-ass workplace! Leaders should gain onboarding advice about DEI issues to continue learning as this field evolves. One way to continue increasing knowledge and gaining perspective on DEI issues is through ongoing, reliable partnerships with experts. Hey, yo, give me the baby ghost, give me the sweet baby ink. Let's get these consultants on in here. For example, using a scientifically rigorous approach, Gallup provides analytics and advice to clients, tailored to their organization, on many kinds of workplace issues such as DEI, employee engagement, culture transformation, organizational identity, and other aspects of the employee experience. DEI is not about perfection, but improvement. You'll get to hear this, I think, again in the video after stream, but that other video clip that I have posted on Twitter of the I think it's Northeastern, I could be wrong, I can't remember, some college professor talking to the DEI After 5 podcast. And she said that nobody's perfect, but you have to always be doing the work. Don't focus on perfection, just focus on where you can improve. Again, this is bridge language. Gallup has ongoing conversations with many CHROs, and they admit that they have made mistakes along the way and had to try again. They all agree that learning from those mistakes has helped their organizations advance. Improving DEI measurement is challenging, but also essential to making meaningful progress. To effectively evaluate and adjust DEI strategies, leaders need to ensure that the results on a spreadsheet match the real-world, lived experiences of their employees. Consider the following advice when it comes to tracking progress. Set time to discuss your DEI strategy. Leaders signal what is important to them by how they allocate their time. Establish a dashboard of DEI metrics. Which key metrics, analyses, and outcomes are you pursuing, and how are you progressing towards these goals? And this is another thing where these large companies coming out and telling you they're cutting their DEI programs, it makes it a very obvious, bold-faced lie. Amazon, CAA, some of these other companies I brought up in white pages, they talk about having made an inclusion index. They talk about a new dashboard that they have created in order to track these metrics and their goals. If they were serious about getting rid of DEI, why would they have just made these tracking databases? Why would they need these if they're genuine about getting rid of it? It's because they're not. Which is the reason companies even want to do this. You can't quite understand why. Because it's about transforming the culture. When you understand this is textbook Marxist playbook, when you understand these are ideologues who have dug underground and embedded themselves in companies, when you understand it's not about profit, it's about transforming corporate culture to inundate everyone who works there, to also encourage them in their real lifetime, to push these messages, it is about a cultural victory. It has nothing to do with products. It has nothing to do with actual inclusion. It has nothing to do with what they're saying. They want a cultural victory. They want to change American values, and they want you to capitulate to all of it. And it's not just going to be America either. This is a global project. This is a global unification initiative. Get ready to apply for jobs and retire. dark. That's why they never mention it. The moment they say religion in this, every liberal-minded worker will see what's going on. It is a religion. And you can tell by the way that these preachers talk to you. How they talk about how morally imperative it is to do this work. Coercion is violence. Cultural Marxism. Yep, that's why back during the Gamergate 1 nonsense, the definition of cultural Marxism on Wikipedia was edited and changed to include that cultural Marxism isn't a real phenomenon, it is a far-right conspiracy theory. Turning the whole world into HR hell. In many respects, it's most aimed at the UK. The UK is definitely further along than we are, but it's still, like, obviously, a lot of these companies are based in the US. The video coming up today is Kirsche watching what's 100% a religious sermon, complete with hell and heaven visuals. True? Establish clear accountability. Many organizations have begun to set up a better infrastructure for implementing and continuously improving DEI, including appointing chief diversity officers, creating task forces, or more clearly outlining the responsibilities of human resources and other functions. Leaders must examine their organization's structure, needs, goals, and measures, and then align on which people and functions are accountable for ensuring the improvements in DEI. Examine how policies on paper differ from policies in practice. Help. Hey. Loopholes, gray areas, and subjectivity make it all too easy for practices to perpetuate inequitable outcomes. Now, we can't have inequitable outcomes. You know, equality of opportunity is not good enough. We need the equitable outcomes. Everyone's got to be the same. Leaders should explore how their DEI-related policies are applied by managers and teams to ensure they are fostering an inclusive culture as intended. Be transparent to create trust. Increasing transparency and reporting about DEI initiatives can build trust with potential employees, consumers, and investors. For example, some CHROs are joining local or national organizations that create public DEI rankings. The social credit score is coming, man. Gallup Center on Black Voices. Gallup's 100-year commitment to studying the progress, experiences, and life outcomes of more than 40 million Black Americans. So they just put an advertisement in the middle of their fucking white paper? How will you sustain progress? Perceptions account for a lot, especially regarding DEI. Some employees may feel like there's been a lot of change within an organization, when actually, very little has changed. I am also very happy that they said this, because this was my exact point with Robbie Starbucks' tweet. This was literally my point with Robbie's tweet. Some employees may feel like nothing has changed simply because they're unaware of what's been happening in their organization. Both situations can lend to apathy or disengagement around DEI progress. Employee awareness ignites celebrations of change that have already happened and spurs further change, creating motivation to see initiatives through over the long term. Keep the following in mind when considering how to sustain DEI initiatives. Seeing is believing. Employees need to see and experience progress for themselves. Communication is key. Not communicating successes and wins can lead to the misconception that no progress is being made. And like they're not wrong with any of this, which is why it's like when I talk about this, I don't want to be demoralizing. I don't want people to get black-pilled and feel like this is hopeless. Is this worrying? Abso-fucking-lutely. Are we seeing small victories, like with the Bud Light boycott, like with some games deciding that they're not going to capitulate to the cancel people anymore, with like Tractor Supply deciding to get rid of their DEI program and using more bold language than other companies that are weasel wording? Yes, these are all small victories that we should look at and say, we're having a fucking impact. Some of these companies are realizing they don't want a part of this cultural war that is being waged. They want to make profit. They want to be a company. Right? We're having an impact. Just don't rest on the laurels of the victories, because it's larger than just these small things. You notice a significant move away from DEI language at your company, and it makes you really nervous. Moving away from the language without anything changing should be a worry, right? Like that is something that should be paid attention to. Do not forget that our attention drove them underground. They shrank from the light. Keep projecting the light upon them. Do not let them scurry back under their Marxist rock. Exactly. The reason they keep having to scurry is because we keep finding out things. Don't let up. Quarters shall not be given. Dimes only. DEI is like a weed. We killed the plant, but we must not forget the roots. We gotta uproot all of this fucking nonsense. Champions are essential for the long haul. Leaders should partner with DEI champions, employees, managers, and other leaders who already feel invested in and positively affected by the organization's DEI initiatives. And again, Amazon had changed their language, and they're not using DEI champions. They're not using diversity ambassadors anymore. They're using builders. Builders is a phrase that does not invoke the same emotion as DEI, as equity, as a sort of diversity ambassador would say. Builder seems much more normal, much safer. So they can continue pushing the message with a title for people who are being their preachers, who are moving their ideology through customers even, and they can reward them for being a good person. These individuals are intrinsically motivated and less likely to get distracted or sidetracked by other priorities. The data featured in this Gallup report are sourced from web survey studies completed March 9th, 2023, March 9th through 23rd, 2020 by 14,161 respondents. November 6th through December 1st, 2020 by 8,360 respondents, including 5,240 from a third-party sample provider, and March 10th through 24th, 2021 by 16,477 respondents. All respondents are U.S. employees aged 18 or older. The total number of respondents from the November 6th to December 1st, 2020 study was supplemented by 5,240 respondents from a third-party sample provider to ensure more thorough coverage of populations that are generally more difficult to reach, i.e. populations with lower income and levels of education. And remember, we also read that article that what was the name? What was the name that they used? They used something like really fucking weird looking, where opportunity workers, right? We read an article about how they're using opportunity workers, which are workers that are either impoverished or have low levels of education that are unable to get jobs that would give them upwards mobility. But you can take those opportunity workers and you can give them piss poor wage jobs and they won't complain. Instead, they'll be thankful that you were willing to give them a job. That sounds familiar. Yeah, that was an article we read. For results based on these samples, the maximum margin of sampling error, which takes into account the design effect from weighting, is plus 1.5 percentage points at the 95% confidence level. Margins of error for subgroups are higher. In addition to sampling error, question wording and practical difficulties in conducting surveys can introduce error and bias into the findings of public opinion polls. This is basically just like, yeah, this is our poll and these are our findings, but we can't be held accountable if it's just like, if it's just wrong. Spam bridge builder whenever you see DEI bullshit now, basically. So that's the end of this little spreadsheet. Thank you, KB, for getting us access to this, man. Thank you. And then, hold on here a second. This article, I've posted this on Twitter. There's a tweet that I have where I included this. It was after a James Lindsay tweet about how Disney was like changing their language and whatnot. And so I posted like a huge informative tweet on Twitter with all of this information. I don't know if Ziz has that on hand somewhere, but I've read this article before. Is the anti-DEI trend actually hurting diversity efforts? And I've read this before. This comes up in the video after stream, so I'm not going to read this again. But essentially, no. The anti-DEI trend is not actually hurting diversity efforts because all of these companies who are coming out and saying that they're cutting their diversity programs, that they're lessening initiatives, they're lying. They are learning how to go around the legal challenges. They are learning how to push DEI without people noticing. And this is part of what Bridge does, is to help them do that. DEI is not going away at this current time. And this is another thing down here. Don't let AI training go to waste. The right way to upskill your workforce. They've been talking about recently using AI to dismantle unconscious bias in their workers so that the DEI can permeate even further. And in the SHRM conference, they also talk about upskilling the workforce. Upskilling the workforce is to inject AI and machine learning methods with bias that will make them more diverse and equitable in their conclusions. Just another way to say anti-DEI is racist, isn't it? The tweet. Thank you, Zez. Thank you for bringing up the tweet. I appreciate it. And then, they wanted me to bring up the DEI After 5 video as well. And we have a little timestampy here. Little timestampy.
You know, maybe ask other questions and then we can get there.
No, for those who haven't seen any of my clips on this before, this woman on the right is the CEO of Bridge. This is Cheryl Daija. She is the CEO of Bridge, and she is leading the Bridge 2.0 initiative. So the Bridge initiative that was created after monitoring DEI for multiple years.
I mean, I would love to hear this framework because you are speaking my language, right? I have always been one that said this needs to be a part of the DNA of the organization.
That's right.
If something happened to the one person that's responsible, it should not make everything else fall apart. And so one of the things that we're noticing right now is so many organizations are letting go or cutting back the resources or funds to their diversity and inclusion offices, their chief diversity officers, etc. And people are just like, okay, so if that's gone, what else do we do? And it's like, it should be part of your DNA. It should be part of your everyday operations, regardless of which department you're a part of, and it goes beyond your employees. Like, how is it impacting the industry that you're a part of? How is it impacting your customers and clients? You know, all of those things. And so, like I said, you're speaking my language. So, you know, tell us a little bit about this framework, because I think, you know, many of the people that listen to this show are, you know, some are DEI practitioners, some are in HR or in culture teams, and some are just leaders, you know, within their organizations that want to be more inclusive. And so if you could share that framework so people have an understanding of, okay, these are some things I need to be considering or thinking about.
Yeah. So, okay. So we decided kind of early on when we when you know, we created Bridge, and you know, it should be said that we're still a young organization. We're not yet a toddler, but you know, we're courageous, so we act like teenagers. And so very early on, I was connected. So I had worked in a past project with an incredible professor of marketing at Emory University, Dr. Omar Rodrigo Villa. And I was talking to him when I was creating Bridge, and I said, you know, Omar, what research can we do that will change the trajectory and start to allow people, everyone in every company, to understand that inclusion is the job of all and not the job of one. And so together we created a research program called Voices of Inclusion. And what we wanted to do was to understand what the business practices were that contribute to equities or inequities in the marketplace. We focused on the marketplace because clearly there would be dependencies on the workplace, and there's not a lot of research out there on the marketplace, right? And so if you're in,
just I like letting her just speak, because we've played this a whole bunch. This is a huge omega loop, but there's still people who haven't seen this video, and I think it's very important to understanding Bridge. But when she says inequities in the marketplace, part of their inclusion index is having equity of product manufacturing, equity of product availability, equity of product pricing. These are all parts of Bridge's goal.
Inclusive brand in the marketplace, and you're obviously doing some pretty good stuff.
Fucking euros. Actually, Cheryl Daija is from South Africa.
So we interviewed about 50 chief diversity officers, chief marketing officers, and CEOs. And what I should say, just as a kind of aside, Sasha, I think it's important, is if you look at the Bridge board of directors, you'll see an intersection between chief diversity officers. So we have like the chief diversity officer from Discover Financial and Unilever and Nielsen. But then we have the marketing leaders from Colgate and Indeed and Campbell's. And then we have CEOs from a number of different companies. Because we believe, again, this is kind of acting out on our mission, is that the change needs to happen at that intersection of DE&I, marketing and business. So we were intentional about how we build the board. In the same way, we interviewed that cross-functional section of leaders, CDOs, CMOs, and CEOs to uncover what the business practices were that, as I said, contribute either to equities or inequities in the marketplace. And we know that there are a lot of inequities, right? Whether it's getting a mortgage or leasing a car or walking down the beauty aisle in a supermarket or a pharmacy. And through that research, we literally uncovered 72 business practices across 5 dimensions of the organization.
Okay.
So the pillars that we focused on were organization practices, marketing management practices, commercial practices.
This entire video is 36 minutes and 18 seconds long, and I would implore those of you who haven't seen it to try and watch like the whole thing. When I found this video, it only had like 30 views. Like, this was completely unheard of, unknown. Nobody had seen this. Fox who's staring down this woman like Batman watching the Joker monologue. Yeah. Hold on a second here. Is DEI a dirty word? This is a new video. Hold on, this is new. Hold on, an hour ago.
Welcome everyone to DEI After 5.
I'm getting into the
show
DEI
that focuses
groove.
on topics across diversity, equity, and inclusion with some of the brightest minds
views
in the industry.
This episode of DEI After 5 delves into the current state. Oh my god, they have timestamps now! Current state of diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, addressing recent developments like the Society for Human Resource Management's decision. This is SHRM! They're talking about the SHRM thing! Decision to focus solely on inclusion and diversity. Host Sasha Thompson discusses the global impact of DEI initiatives with guest Jermaine Stanley, CEO of the Stanley Consulting Group, who shares insights on the industry and the future of this crucial work. Tune in to gain a deeper understanding of the challenges and opportunities in the DEI landscape. Oh my god. Psychological safety among different demographics. Chat, it's time to be a React Andy. We're watching this whole video together. We're watching this whole video together, chat. New tweet from Robbie Starbuck again. He missed a very important part right at the bottom of the messaging from John Deere. I want to believe all of these people. I can't copy links from chat. KB, can you DM it to me, please? I'm having a very hard time copying links from chat today. Do you want to break first? No break! No break, Nim! Don't mention it! Why is DEI seen as a conspiracy theory when it's out in the open? Because that's the only cudgel they have to beat you with, is continuously saying that you are the conspiracy theorist, this isn't happening, you're lying. No sleep till Brooklyn. Yeah, I had other things I wanted to talk about, but bridge deep diving, I think, is my priority, right? Okay, 1.25 times speed, they talk slow. I want to make sure I don't miss anything they say. I don't like playing things sped up for that reason, especially like as a streamer. My brain is going in a million different directions at one time. So if I speed up the playback, I'm more likely to miss things because I'm focusing on you guys. I'm thinking about what they're saying and how it relates to like what we're talking about. She hates me? No, we've talked about this before, Nim. Let me open this. John Deere just issued this statement in response to me exposing them. They say that going forward, they commit to no longer funding pride parades, business resource groups will no longer be divided on identity lines, audit all training materials to ensure the absence of socially motivated messages, no hiring quotas or pronoun usage. Another huge win in our war on wokeness, but I don't think this is enough for customers to go back. Customers want to hear that DEI policies are entirely gone and that they will no longer participate in social credit CEI scoring by the HRC. I can agree with this. I feel like if a company comes out and boldly says they will no longer report to the Human Rights Commission, you can probably take more stock in what they're saying, in how they're ditching DEI. Right? Again, don't just be like, okay, we won this battle, we don't need to ever focus on them again. Make sure these companies are actually doing what they say they're doing and not just diving underground like Bridge is wanting them to. This half measure shows that we're a powerful force to be reckoned with, though. While I'm not completely pleased, I don't want to downplay the fact that this is another massive win. All of you are helping me force corporate America back to sanity. I won't rest until we eliminate leftism from corporate America. I wish Mr. Starbuck would respond to any of my messages or my tweets at him. Because, I understand the importance of showing wins, but, also, he doesn't seem to know what Bridge is, so he doesn't really know the full scope. Follow-up tweet. Please, Ziz and KB, if you have links you want to send me, please send them in DMs. I cannot copy things from chat right now, so I cannot open any links posted in chat right now. John Deere was always gay anyway. So let's see what John Deere's message is. John Deere was founded in America's heartland nearly 200 years ago by an entrepreneur deeply committed to delivering innovative products to his customers. We're proud of this legacy, and it continues to drive us today. We deeply value our more than 80,000 global employees who work every day to deliver superior products to our customers. It takes the best people and the best teams to solve our customers' biggest challenges. To best serve our customers and employees, Deere is always listening to feedback and looking for more opportunities to improve. That's why we consistently prioritize internal policies that more closely align our business strategy to meet the needs of our customers. As a whole lot of corporate gobbledygook. For example, last year, we revised our corporate guidelines to solely focus on sponsorship, supporting the business and brand. Our nonprofit sponsorship center on priority areas such as hunger, economic development, poverty alleviation, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, agricultural education initiatives, and support for our nation's service members and veterans. Based on ongoing conversations, we have committed to the following. We will no longer participate in or support external social or cultural awareness parades, festivals, or events. Business resource groups will exclusively be focused on professional development, networking, mentoring, and supporting talent recruitment efforts. Auditing all company-mandated training materials and policies to ensure the absence of socially motivated messages while being in compliance with federal, state, and local laws. That one's interesting to me. Because, again, the Bridge Initiative is teaching these companies to obfuscate their language so they can go around what the laws are regarding on this. DRM on tractors that prevent repairs. Fuck John Deere's trash! Reaffirming within the business that the existence of diversity quotas and pronoun identification have never been and are not company policy. This is also very interesting to me. Reaffirming within the business, if they are going to make bold public statements that they are not beholden to diversity quotas and pronoun identification, I would again be more likely to believe that this is something that would be real, right? We fundamentally believe that a diverse workforce enables us to best meet our customers' needs, and because of that, we will continue to track and advance the diversity of our organization. And there it is. And there it is. It's just like you read the rest of this and you're like, okay, some of this sounds like good. Maybe I could give you the benefit of the doubt. And then you get to the bottom and you're like, oh, I know exactly what you're saying now. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Can't lie to me this time, baby. They didn't expect people to read all the way to the bottom. I feel like even if they expect people to read all the way to the bottom, they expect people to continue believing the subversive definition when they say diverse workforce. They don't expect people to understand what they really mean when they say diverse workforce. So someone normal reading this will be like, well, that sounds good. That sounds fair. We remain committed to listening to our customers, employees, and other key Stakeholders. Stakeholders. Not shareholders. Stakeholders. Your trust and confidence in us is of utmost importance to everyone at John Deere, and we fully intend to earn it every day and in every way we can. And then Ziz said to look at these other follow-up tweets. Special Bridgewood, yeah! Think John Deere's wokeness only happens right here in America. Think again. The insane gender ideology training about the genderbread man occurred in Monterrey, Mexico for John Deere employees. The genderbread man is often used to train little kids into transgender ideology. Here it's used to cajole workers in a largely Catholic country into accepting an ideology their religion opposes. I've included an English version, not from John Deere, of the crazy genderbread man for those of you who don't speak Spanish, so you can have an idea of how insane this is. According to their statement today, in response to my reporting, trainings like this won't happen anymore. But they have not made any announcements about eliminating their DEI departments and policies completely. And yeah, the genderbread person has been around for quite a few years. I'm pretty sure the first time I heard about the genderbread person was like 2012, 2013, some shit like that. Daniel Trevino, material specialist and master scheduler. Those don't sound like real positions. Last week, I had the opportunity to conduct an LGBTQ plus classroom training at John Deere Monterey site for 120 employees from the production team. Why would the production team give a single fuck about any of this? They don't, and that's the point. This is Bridge in action. Grateful to work in a place where I can come out of the closet in front of 120 people and still feel safe. Special shout out to Luis Roberto Rivera, Cynthia Isui Ruiz Castanelos, and Ingridette Lafont. I butchered the fuck out of that name. And ING, I don't know if that's a title, Salvador Gonzalez. Thank you all for your support and opportunity. And then here's the genderbread person, where they teach you about the spectrum and the differences between gender identity, gender expression, biological sex, and sexual orientation. ING is Ignacio. Thank you. Thank you. What the fuck is wrong with these people? And then there was another follow-up tweet. Another one. At this point, I think we can safely say that my strategy to bring back normalcy works. You just need to report the truth to people about what's happening in corporate America. We have over 1,000 different whistleblowers coming from many different companies. Woke corporate executives all fear that their company is next to be exposed. He's completely correct. He's completely correct about all of this, and this is why Bridge has been pumping out all of these different articles from different places, showing companies how they need to change their language, how they can still promote this moral imperative without getting found out. The whistleblowers are very fucking important, because these whistleblowers are the people who will hold these companies accountable, right? If you have people in John Deere or in Tractor Supply seeing that they have now about-faced on their DEI, they're in that company. They're going to know if that's true or not. They're going to receive the newsletters. They're going to receive the emails. They're going to receive the training still. They're going to know if these companies are actually doing it or if they're adhering to Bridge. Shining light on ticks makes them dig deeper. You can't say how you're supposed to remove ticks because of the analogy. Some will now drop their programs without us ever even doing a story. This is wrong. This is where he gets it incorrect, because he doesn't know what Bridge is. There are companies that will come out and publicly state that they are dropping their initiatives. They will use all the correct wording to make us believe we are winning, but they want us to just look away from them while they continue practicing what Bridge preaches. We're proving that the customer is king again, not BlackRock, State Street, or Vanguard, and certainly not the HRC. If you're pleased with the results of our reporting on Tractor Supply and John Deere, subscribe to my page to support our efforts as we continue this fight to restore sanity at work. Maybe I'm going about this the wrong way, right? Because, like, I feel weird to do that. And at no point when I've been doing any of my Bridge uncovering, I've been saying it like, yeah, spread the word about what I'm talking about, spread the information. I've never once been like, if you guys like my digging on bridge, if you like my investigative bridge work, make sure to subscribe to my page, hit that bell, fucking give me the stream elements tips. I was just like, I don't know, it feels weird to me to include that, because I feel like if I say that, I will come off as very disingenuous.
Wait a minute,
I will come off as like, I'm only doing this because it gets me attention. Push the Foxu in the algorithm.
Search will add George Floyd counter. Thank you for not giving up. We shouldn't either on this or civil political discourse. The line that made you cry on joy, tears on sun isn't something anybody should ever think.
And it's just like, maybe I'm brain damaged, right? Maybe that's what you have to do. Maybe I should be doing that so that more people will get the information, but it's just like, I don't know. It's just like, it feels really weird to me when I read that out in the wild, but that could be the autism. That could be the autism. Like, if people think I'm doing good work, I feel like I shouldn't have to ask them to subscribe or ask them to hit bell. They just do it because they like what they're hearing, you know? Acoustic. I was like, it could be my autism. I could be being brain damaged, but it's like, you know, who uses bell these days? I don't know, man. You like the smash button? True, same, real. True, same, real. So, skirting on back here, I wanna see what this DEI After 5 channel is gonna be talking about here, because like we saw, we know that the Sasha lady who runs the channel is a true believer TM. And a lot of those HR people responding to the dropping of the word equity were responding just to the buzzword stimuli. They didn't quite realize that the company was literally telling them they're doubling down on their efforts. And so I want to see from the inside perspective what is going to be happening here.
Here's your hostess, inclusive
Also,
and in the show that
where is this? Hold on. Was this at like 30 seconds? Yeah, here.
Inclusive diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I'm so bad at pausing.
With some of the brightest minds in the industry.
KB, can you find this for me? I had no idea that this DEI After 5 lady got a fucking MSNBC interview. How the 685 subscribers, 6 views, and she interviews very important figures in the DEI landscape, and she managed to get an interview on MSNBC. KB, if you can find this, I would appreciate that. It's gonna be a hot minute till I get to it, but I would appreciate it. She's a 1 view. How does this happen?
Here's your hostess, inclusive
the hostess with the mostest,
curator and coach, Sasha Thompson.
Sent in the DMs, thank you.
Hey everyone, and
welcome she cut
to
her
this
hair.
Week's episode of DEI After 5. Okay, shocker, right? There's an attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion that is taking place. And even recently, the Society for Human Resource Management made the announcement that they are removing equity from their work and only focusing on inclusion and diversity. Yeah, anyway. So we are going to talk about, what is going on in this space. Is DEI a dirty word? What is happening? Because it is not just happening.
I keep asking myself what is happening all the time.
States, it's happening globally. It's happening in our corporations. It's happening in our schools. It's taking over.
No, and you are the ones trying to take over.
Jermaine Stanley, who is the CEO of the Stanley Consulting Group, and we are going to talk about what is happening in the industry. What
Turn her up a bit.
We do? What is the future of this work? So, Jermaine, welcome to the show.
Hopefully that's better.
Thank you, Sasha.
Hopefully that's
I'm glad
better.
to be here. I'm excited about this.
I am too. So, for anyone who may not know who you are, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, Jermaine Stanley, founder of Stanley Consulting Group. Yes, I'm a tech leader by default, but this whole thing regarding culture, diversity, equity, inclusion, all that things.
I'm going to pause.
Talking about
Hold on. Since we're watching a video, I'm gonna pause alerts. Hold on a second here. So alerts are off as of now, so we can watch a video.
They have been a part of my career all my life. So I am doing something that's leading me towards my passion. In the year 2020, things changed, and I refocused from cybersecurity and IT risk to using my platform and my influence to amplify the conversation around this.
Isn't that kind of crazy that he was working in cybersecurity and IT, and yet it was somehow more profitable to switch to talking about DEI? That is insane to me, because cybersecurity pays well, man. Only after 2020. I wonder what could have happened in 2020 that would have made this far more profitable. I want that BF and After F are starting to become more and more pertinent here. As we no longer have before Christ and after death. We now have before Floyd and after Floyd.
Recall, Sasha, a lot of companies in 2020, they say, hey, we're going to pledge X amount of dollars to do this, this, and this. And here we are today talking about DEI as a dirty word and removing equity from the equation, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's fascinating what has happened in less than 5 years.
After death, AD means Anno Domini. Well, thank you. I just remember it in my brain as after death because I'm bad at acronyms. Acronyms are an enemy to the Foxu. It stands for Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. Thank you. Thank you for the correction. My small brain always just remembered it as after death. It's funny seeing them salty. It is. It really is.
It's a pendulum shift for sure.
Thank God.
So, when you and I were speaking before, and you and I have actually been on another panel together. So, this fight against diversity, equity, and inclusion isn't new. It is something that has been going on from the beginning of time. But why does this feel different?
Well, it's a couple of reasons why, right? So when we think about DEI as a dirty word, I actually had a workshop that I ran 2 consecutive months because it was so popular. And it is under attack. But
he does talk really slow, holy shit. But also, remember how I said don't focus on the language? It seems like that is what they're doing here. They are so hard stuck on, oh no, they're removing equity from the acronym, that it feels like they're not focusing on what is actually going on with the company. I'm like, maybe I'm wrong and they'll get to that, but it's just like, stop focusing on the language, man.
But typically, when we have changes in our financial circumstances in our country, when we have a political shift, like we're in an election year, these types of programs and offerings and directions that companies want to take, they come under scrutiny, as you know, and either they're going to be defunded or removed entirely. So it's not surprising that right now this has become such a hot topic.
And it doesn't surprise me that people who are the true believers and not the ones that are making these kinds of policies would be worried about these programs getting entirely removed. They feel like they and their livelihoods are coming under threat if anyone succeeds in removing DEI entirely from a company. Don't interrupt your opponent when they're about to make a mistake.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because, when we talk about what is happening politically, when we talk about these attacks, at first it was, critical race theory and how that was the big bad wolf. Now it's, diversity, equity, and inclusion is the big bad wolf.
No, I think they're both bad. What does she mean by it? Hasn't changed. People haven't shifted focus.
But when I take a look at what is happening, DEI is not what is being attacked about. DEI is not the work itself. It seems like it's the word. It's
they're doing it, chat.
The threat of the work.
Yes.
And it's been almost exchanged for I said this to someone the other day, right? Like DEI is almost like the new N-word.
What the fuck? Oh my! How can you say that with a straight fucking face? I would be so fucking insulted, man. What the hell? What the fuck? Hello? I don't understand how you see yourself as so fucking important that you're just like, this DEI work is such a moral imperative that when people see it as a dirty word, it is the new N-word. What the fuck? New N-word just dropped. DEI could be here. What the actual fuck is she talking about? This blew my mind.
Because it has become this euphemism for anything that's supporting blackness.
No, it's not a euphemism for supporting blackness. And DEI only performatively supports black people, much like Black Lives Matter only performatively helped black people. The black people that they helped the most were themselves from embezzling fucking funds. They didn't give a shit about the average black person getting their business burnt down and losing their livelihood because they didn't care. They didn't care. And supporting blackness is not to elevate black people to a point of privilege above everyone else. I was like, this is insane. I'm Porky Pig again, Jesus.
And people forget about the other aspects of diversity, equity, and inclusion that are impacted by this. And so as someone that's in this work, as someone that, as you were doing your workshops, what are some of the questions that are coming up from people around, like, where do we go from here?
Yes. When people ask that one question, where do we go from here? I remind folks that diversity is, when you're in a company, diversity is inherent because we come from different walks of life, different parts of the world. We work for a company. So by default, you're going to have diversity. So to think that the D is dead, which, if you ask Sherm, it's still there, but that's another topic. But
yeah, the innate diversity of people from all different walks of life working at a company is the actual definition of diversity. It's not the definition of diversity that any of these companies have been pushing since longer than most of us have been alive. Do you guys become a national issue now with the Secret Service fuck up? It's all over your Twitter. I quite literally, in one of my bridge videos, when I was reading about parts of their smart brief, the CIA declassified their DEI initiative, and I read those declassified documents while I was on stream. And part of that initiative was to inject DEI in the hiring practices of the FBI and of the CIA. It does not surprise me to see Donald Trump's Secret Service looking fucking inept. As a woman, if I'm going to hire private security, I'm going to hire men. Because in a time where you need someone to protect you from a dangerous physical threat on your life, men are stronger, men are faster, men are more efficient in that. Why would I hire a woman to do that job? That's not sexist, that's just fucking biological reality. I'm sorry. No woman in Trump's detail at the RNC. Seeing that one Secret Service lady literally hide behind the other Secret Service members who piled onto Trump to protect him was just actually disgusting. It's just like, if you can't do your job, if you are going to cower and hide in the face of when you should be openly sacrificing for the president, you should not be in that job. And this goes back to even like the military lowering their standards that I've talked about. If you're a man on the battlefield, why would you want a woman responsible for, if you get shot, having to drag you off the field? If their standards were lower, if they can't carry as much as you, how are they going to drag your body mass and all of your equipment after you get injured? Sure, there are some women that can probably meet the actual standards, and those women that do should be allowed in. But we shouldn't be lowering standards to put people in jobs that they don't belong in. And it's very obvious, again, by that woman who, instead of doing what the other Secret Service members did, she hid behind them. You made a soundbite of her saying DEI is the new N-word. Thank you.
But the idea is that it shouldn't be a dirty word, because you're going to have diversity, right? But companies are also shifting towards, this is what I say in the workshop, doing it without saying it, right? So a lot of companies are shifting towards embedding some of these practices without really making a big announcement, so to speak. Mm-hmm. So it kind of becomes more integrated.
And that's exactly what they're doing. They don't want to make the big announcement, because if they announce that they're doing it, you know, the fucking, like, true believers TM will cheer for it because they respond to the stimuli of the buzzword. But then the people who are against it will also take notice, and they'll bring the lawsuits, they'll bring the troubles, they'll bring possibly boycotts, and the companies don't want to deal with that. They don't want to deal with it.
You know, seeing some companies who are changing the names and the titles of the positions in the departments or the teams, so that it doesn't seem like a work. So those are some of the adjustments from a corporate perspective. I say this as well. I can be in a room full of white men and have diversity. I can be in a room full of women and have diversity, right? It's just by default.
That would be the true definition of the word. If you or him rather, as a black man in a room full of women or in a room full of white people, he has brought more diversity to that. But you have to include everyone, and the way that they use diversity is to exclude people, and that's why they've moved on to equity as well. This is where the subversion comes in. It is.
So that's going to happen. The equity and inclusion piece, which again we'll talk about, that's another discussion about equity. That's where the rubber meets the road, right, so to speak. I'm not totally in disagreement with Sherm on this.
You mean Sherm?
You still need to do things that allow folks to feel that their voice is heard, that they're valued, no matter who they are, what they represent, et cetera, right? So I take that approach when that question comes up, to get folks to thinking that, wait a minute, this is not just it's not all about race. And I think that's what's happened. The other part of this that I say when we talk about DEI as a dirty word is, and I think both sides of this conversation are at fault.
Oh.
Right? We're both at fault, right? Meaning the folks who weaponized it to say it's a bad thing, it's not fair to everyone else, as well as the people who are those marginalized or underrepresented groups of people. Both sides have weaponized this term.
How so?
But if we take a step back, to what I said just a second ago, that it's for everyone. All these programs going way back when they first started, they were designed for everyone in the company, if you think about it that way, right? So I like to try to get people to open their minds about the fact that
this is how you lie to people, right? You tell a partial truth. He's right. These programs have been around for a very long time, and they would be like, to comply with the law, they would say anyone can apply to these initiatives, but they would be very obvious in who they were selecting from those initiatives to be the ones profiting from it. A little truth with many lies. Yeah, you give them just a little nugget, and then you subvert their expectations.
It doesn't have to be this way, because it's designed for everybody.
Yeah, it's interesting because I believe that the diversity piece, the diversity and inclusion piece, is really focused on everyone. The equity piece for me is like removing barriers and providing support. Not everybody needs the same thing, and so if you are providing support, providing accommodations, providing opportunities for people that may not have access to them in other ways, right? That's the equity work. And I think that's the piece that people are fighting back against, because it feels unfair that people are getting certain things that they can't get. But do you need it?
What does she mean by do you need it? Why should I have less opportunity than someone else because I am the wrong skin color? That doesn't make any sense.
Right. And so that's the piece that I think people need to start to question is what is it that you need in order to be successful? If you don't need those things, then you don't need them. Right. But if somebody else needs them in order to be successful, be it an accommodation, be it an interpreter, right? Whatever it is, then, okay, now we're setting you up for success. And
when most companies push equity, they're not talking about getting an interpreter for someone who's deaf. They're not talking about getting an interpreter for someone who might not have a grasp on the language in the workplace that they work on. That is absolutely not the way in which equity is used. They should gain those skills for the job. Do you need it, comrade? Oh my God. Can she give me $1 billion?
I think that's part of the misnomer is that equity and equality are the same thing, and they're not. And so when I'm hearing this pushback, yes, I think that, you know, these things are built for everyone, but there also needs to be a piece of it where Jermaine may need some things that Sasha doesn't need, or vice versa.
Right.
And so how do we do that in a way where everyone has access to what they need in order for us to get to that more equitable place? And so, you know, when the decision to remove equity comes out, to me feels very all lives matter. Like,
yeah, and I like what you said there. It's not a one size fits all. We know
right.
this. And so, you know, Stanley Consulting Group last year during our New Age of DEI conference that we held in the Greater Washington, D.C. area.
Wait. What do they mean by New Asia DEI conference, but it was held in the Washington, D.C. area? What does that mean?
We introduced our concept called tuning the dial on DEI. And as I mentioned earlier on, that, you know, companies dedicated so much money, pledged so much money to just, let's go fix it. They didn't know what they're going to try to fix.
Right.
But when you talk about...
When people have been conditioned that when there's a problem, you just throw more money at it, that's typically what's going to happen. Which is why, like other articles have stated, there was overhiring even for DEI positions. They didn't need quite as much as they hired on, which is why when jobs started being lost, and this happened in the gaming industry as well, a lot of those DEI positions were culled, not just for going underground, but because they hired way too many. And then all of those articles came out trying to make you feel bad about these DEI people losing their jobs, and then they were like, no, but it's not getting rid of DEI, as there was no impact on that.
Not everyone needing the same thing or needing something. That's where that concept comes into mind, right? So prior to the pandemic and the George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and all these other unfortunate situations, you know, companies might have focused on a certain aspect of their culture, right? Well, then they said, well, we got to make sure our, you know, underrepresented and marginalized people are getting what they need. So they were adjusting things, right? So tuning the dial allows you to look at your whole, you know, culture or your ecosystem, you know, as far as your people, and understand, okay, what areas should we adjust? Now, do we do it at the macro level, organizational wide, or do we do it individually, right, for individual people? Those are those little tweaks and diagnostics that companies can take. So for me, I'm looking at it from an engineering perspective. I have couple engineering degrees, so I look at
what? How many degrees does this man have? He's loaded.
At things of how can we look at it, fix it, you know, adjust and things that as we go along. So I totally agree with what you just said about is, you know, everyone doesn't need the same, right? But companies have to be wise enough to understand that, you know, we are individuals, we are different, and I think there are some good companies that are doing good things. If you look at any of the indexes out there, those companies who do it well,
the indexes,
you know, they're at the top of the list all the time. Think of American Airlines. Think of think of Accenture, think of a few other big companies but they have the resources to do that as well.
Yeah. And I love that concept of tuning the dial, because it allows you to do that fine tuning and focus in on the areas that need it.
Yes.
But you're not stuck on that one station, right? Like you can change to other stations, you can move. And it just made me think about, I was working with some clients not too long ago where we were doing like an assessment around psychological safety across the organization. Yeah. And I've shared this story with, the audience before, in that we did it across demographics. We were looking at it by demographics. And I asked the question, I was like, okay, so what is going on with your Latino men that are over the age of 55?
Why did she say Latino like that? Why? Well, she's very hollow. Again, this is a true believer TM. This is not someone who like creates the policy and pushes the policy. This is someone who has been propagandized, and it's an interesting perspective to listen to. Smug TM. Why are you misgendering Steve Urkel? What do you mean?
And they were like, what do you mean? I'm like, because their psychological safety is through the roof. Like, they're having the best life. Like, they're just enjoying life.
Also, how are you going to measure psychological safety? Right? This is just like that microaggression stuff where someone's just like, oh, you misgendered me. You got my age wrong, and now I am upset and I can't come to work. Tommy Horde.
The next group down, the worst group, were white men that were in their 20s. And so I started asking some questions around, what type of work have you all been doing? And, we've been focusing on our women and our Black employees. Okay. And interestingly enough, the women and Black employees' psychological safety was about the same. So then you had these two outliers.
So she's saying that the white male in their 20s psychological safety was very low, and that the Black people and women who were being focused on and being, uplifted had the same level of psychological safety as the white people. Am I understanding that correctly? Okay, ignores them. What? Psychological safety, what the hell is that? That's a good point. I just like, it's...
That's a different conversation now, because you can't just pat yourselves on the back and say, oh, yeah, we did the work. You have two groups that are having very different experiences, right? And so it's like, what is happening with this older group of men and what is happening with this younger group of men? And so it created that opportunity to tune the dial, to check in and see, okay, what is really happening here? And what they...
Psychological safety means feeling safe to take interpersonal risks, speak up, disagree openly, surface concerns without fear of negative repercussions or pressure to sugarcoat the bad news. Oh, fuck.
Ended up doing...
She wasn't saying they were the same. She was saying that they didn't change as a result of the programs. Wouldn't that be the same? She was saying that there was like no impact on the psychological safety of the groups that they were focusing on. It's like it didn't budge. It didn't move. Sounds like communism with extra steps, truly.
Was creating some mentorship groups across gender and across ethnicity and across generations, right? So it allowed them to really think about, how are we tapping into who we...
They weren't at the level of the white men. White men were lower, but Black people didn't move at all. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. I have misspoken then. That is... So, like, then their program is just having zero effect, right? Like, if Black people and women are still feeling that they're not psychologically safe and they can't speak up about things, I guess I can't even imagine, like, how they would feel that same way with getting all of these benefits as well. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And it don't make no sense.
We have, in a way that, again, is equitable, right? People feel like they're getting what they need. And giving people the opportunity to not feel like, oh, that's just a program for that group. Yeah. So even though we looked at specific groups, we were able to step back and create an opportunity, to your point earlier, that was open for everyone, so that everyone could benefit in a way that was meaningful to them. And so I think, when you talk about tuning that dial, that's part of that work too, is actually looking at the data in a way that allows
you gotta fine tune that dial. Can't boil the froggoose too quickly.
you to do that.
Yes, I love that, and I support that, right? And
what exactly is that? Because she didn't explain like what the new outcome should be.
That I'm impressed the most about those companies, some of those companies that I mentioned that are doing it well. They have metrics,
yes,
and they make them public, yes, right? So it's not done in a vacuum. I've heard stories, and you probably heard stories. Companies, they keep that under lock and key. You know, they don't share that information, not even with their employees. And the fact that the example that you gave with the outliers, that they one identified this, which meant that somebody's looking at the numbers, somebody's looking at the data. Check, great, you're doing well. Then you implement something to help those two outlying groups, right? As outliers. And what does that do if I'm an employee?
My eyes are glazing over, chat.
Put ourselves
I just like, what are they even talking about right now?
Of that employee that's impacted in one of those groups. Now, my leadership, my company cares about who I am.
This is like
not because I'm.
This is the hardest part of going through all the bridge stuff, is that they use so much like corporate lingo and they tangent on things that don't matter in the middle of their talks so often that it's just like you have to force yourself to pay attention. Oh my god. And like, for a functioning company, your company should care about who you are based off of your talents and your skills. They shouldn't care about you as a person, because you as a person don't matter to fucking conglomerate. I feel like it doesn't, like, I don't understand why you would want a company to be empathetic to you as an individual. Again, the scariest thing you can hear is, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. If my corporation started to try and treat me like a family, I would be very, very concerned. I'm having a couple of brain pings here, though. Let's get some tinfoil. Remember, chat, how Bridge talked about it's very important to get influencers on board with pushing the message? Because influencers, different from Hollywood celebrities and different from traditional celebrities, have a level of audience trust that is not a tapped market. And so if you can convince these influencers, these creators, to push your message, that higher level of trust between the creator and the audience will help push the message further than any normal celebrity will be able to do. And this is kind of like when they talk about a corporation treating you as an individual. I could be wrong, but it kind of makes it seem like they're trying to create that culture of trust that like a close, intimate kind of setting like we have between like streamer and chat would kind of be. I was like, that's an interesting correlation, maybe a little tinfoil, but you know, we'll see. Chat, she's thinking again. I know, it's dangerous.
Talented, you know, and I bring something to the table as far as, you know, a technical skill or legal skill or whatever skill they need. But me as a human being, me as a person, right? And, you know, that well-being of the mentality of men in general. You know, we just came out of Men's Mental Health Awareness Month.
Oh my god, he recognized Men's Mental Health Awareness Month instead of just calling it Pride Month? Holy shit! That's a level of awareness I didn't expect from these people.
Right? So that's important. And I'm not surprised. But again, this is how we get down that rabbit hole where some of this might become a little adversarial or weaponized because one group is feeling like they're being left out. And again, back to what I was saying about companies throwing money and resources, not really knowing what the target was. And you know, we've talked about this before, and you've heard this in your circles, when folks, now I'm doing air quotes, overcompensate. And I think that's what happened. If I read the tea leaves, I think that's what happened in the example. They overcompensated and totally forgot the rest of the organization. And again, tuning the dial or taking the approach something similar to that.
Wow, who could have thought that demonizing white men for so long would make them not want to play ball? Wow, who could have seen that coming?
That will allow you to cover your bases.
Yeah. And I think what was important...
The pause means he forgot what he was supposed to say. He's just like me, for real, for real. Talking on the fly, sometimes your brain can just sputter to a halt, dude. I don't fault people when they're just like, ah.
With that, like, I was in tech for 10 years, so I consider myself part techie. I'm not an engineer by any stretch of the imagination. But, you know, it's really looking at the data and looking at it from different angles and perspectives. Because for some people, you can manipulate the data to make it tell you the things that you want it to say. Right? But how?
Which is what they're doing with training AI to be helpful with equity and inclusion policies.
How do you really look at this data and step back to say, okay, what is the story here? What are some of the gaps? What are some of the opportunities? Where are we seeing some patterns that we can now either start to continue or to realize these are not working in our best interest, these patterns? And so now we're looking at systems. Now we're looking at infrastructure. Now we're looking at other ways in order to make these shifts and changes. And so I think that is so important in this work. And it's not just checking a box. And, you know, to your point around what was happening in 2020, it was a lot of box checking. It was a lot of, oh, yep, we did these 82 workshops and we're good. Behaviors didn't change, systems didn't change, processes didn't change.
And again, this is what Bridge is. These people who want to push DEI agree with us that DEI was not effective. The difference is that we want it completely gone, and they say it did not go far enough. That is where the divergence comes from. But they saying that DEI is ineffective, DEI has not been supportive, them saying the same thing as you does not mean they are on your side. That is something a lot of people who keep tweeting out about these companies cutting DEI don't understand.
And so it's easy to say DEI hasn't done anything because it didn't do the hard work of making those systemic changes. But to your point, there are quite a few organizations that have done that work. So, you know, not poo-pooing on everyone, right, but there's some out there.
Can I add one thing before you move on to the next topic here? So from the research that we've done, right, and the people that we've spoken with, and just knowing how organizational change takes place. Think of the Titanic in the bathtub, trying to turn a Titanic in the bathtub. That's a...
So first of all, organizational change. Interesting. Second of all, what does he mean by the Titanic in a bathtub? I haven't heard that analogy, so I don't exactly know what that means. Research. I was like, what does he mean by trying to turn the Titanic in a bathtub? I guess it's like, it's hard to turn. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Speaking it out loud myself started making my brain turn. Steering hard. The ship is too big, the tub is too small. We gotta figure it out. It's extremely slow and hard to turn. That makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you, Chet.
Huge undertaking. A lot of these companies, I think, and this is my opinion, you know, no one else's, is that they threw all this money at the situation, all the resources at the situation, and they didn't really give it a whole lot of thought, like I said, on the target that they were trying to, you know, what they were trying to fix.
And in the interview with Cheryl Dijja, this is both what this woman, I've forgotten her name now. This is both what Cheryl Dijja and this woman talked about in their previous interview, where it just wasn't working. It wasn't doing enough. So
the issue, you know, then becomes, okay, we're frustrated now because we are not seeing the results. But I tell folks when I talk to different companies, I say, look, 2 to 3 years, you might start to see some incremental improvement, but really 5 years into your program, you're probably going to start to see some changes. So
what you're saying is that we need a 5-year plan We need a 5-year plan to have DEI finally start taking a little bit of a cultural hold here. If we wanna operationalize DEI as a business practice and make this as morally imperative as we possibly can, we need a 5-year plan.
The examples that I gave earlier.
How do you come up with that number? 5-year plan, I'm pretty sure, was the Chinese cultural contract when they were introducing communism into their nation.
Around those companies that are doing it really well. Well, they've been doing this stuff for a long
Soviet
time.
Union, not the Chinese. I'm sorry. Soviet Union was the 5-year plan. China was the Great Leap Forward. That's correct. That's correct. I'm sorry, chat. Memory does not do me very good, especially when I've been listening to fucking corporate, drooly, watered nonsense.
Decades.
Yeah.
So we have to, as consultants that we are in this space, we have to, level set their expectations that this is not going to happen overnight. It's going to take some time.
Right.
Yeah.
But you made an excellent point in that if you have not determined your target, how are you then to say something is not successful?
Right. Absolutely. Right. That's where the metrics come in, setting those baselines, those targets. Now the metrics start to make sense.
And again, this is the original bridge in 2021 when they were just monitoring how companies were doing with DEI, came to this exact same conclusion. They were just like, the companies, they threw money at it, but they weren't really committed to it. They didn't do enough. And now we have metrics to show companies what their goals should be and how they can stick to this plan to transform the culture of their company.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, we talked about DEI as a dirty word. We're seeing organizations kind of stepping away, changing the vocabulary. I've done several shows on, what if DEI goes away? My take on that is if those 3 letters go away, the work still needs to get done.
Always keep that in mind. The language does not matter. The acronym does not matter. Bridge is not a changing of the acronym of DEI. Bridge is the initiative push to the next step. Bridge is the normalization of this in your everyday life. If you get caught up on the language used or not used, you're going to miss the forest for the trees.
Right, the work will still continue to happen. What do you see is the future of this work?
Well, doing it without saying it. That's the first.
What's the future of DEI? Well, we just have to do it instead of saying it. If we don't say it, they can't stop us. I love them.
First thing I said about DEI is a dirty word. It's not going away.
We can make it go away. This is not an inevitability like these people think it is. They believe that they are on the right side, the winning side of history, and that their progress cannot be stopped. They are not pushing progress. They are pushing recession. And we can stop what they're doing.
A good friend of mine uses a phrase, the D is not dead, right? Mm. And Sasha, you're on LinkedIn like I am, and you're on SHRM like I am. You're going to see, I can't believe how many jobs, openings, positions for Chief Diversity Officer, VP of People and Culture. There's
the Vice President of People. I like how they're starting to just use the actual, noticeable to normies communist language. Nobody looks at the People's Republic of China and thinks that that is what that is. Nobody looks at the People's Korea and thinks that North Korea is for their people. So I'm very glad that they're just using regular terminology that more normal people, not inundated in the research I've been doing, can point out.
Still hiring for these positions. Mm-hmm. And the companies know that this work still needs to be done.
Needs.
And our country, rather, is not going to be the same. The world's not going to be the same post-COVID. Okay.
Okay, first of all, what does COVID have to do with anything that you've been talking about? I know he's about to talk about fucking hybrid work cases, but like, what does COVID have to do with any of this? And also, he's correct. If they get what they want, they get the cultural victory. The country you live in will no longer exist. Your values will cease to exist. The modern audience will be the new generation, and they will have only these tenets that they have been taught.
We're in a virtual, hybrid, in some cases, workforce environment at this point, right? So you have to be able to make those adjustments. So the work still needs to be done. And the work needed to be done prior to COVID. It's always been there. And if we go back in time, and I talked a little bit about this during the workshop, the DEI is a Dirty Word workshop, in that if you go back to like late
KB, I won't have time for it today, but can you find me the DEI is a Dirty Word workshop? We probably have to use this man's name to find it, if I imagine, but like I think that would be another very interesting thing to comb over. If it's super long, I'll probably comb over it and then do some timestamps on stream.
2008, 2009, right before the recession. Again, there's an economic shift.
Chat, 2009 is when my memory stopped working. What if the traumatic event that happened that made me lose my memory was that these DEI officers used a time machine and came back in time and lobotomized me so that I wouldn't catch on to this soon enough? They knew I would talk about bridge! Sorry, I needed a joke in this fucking corporate schlock, man.
A lot of those programs back then, the cultural programs, they didn't call it that back then. They met a demise.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So the work has always been in the background, right? It's just, it was amplified so much during the COVID years. And now we're coming out of that.
The way they keep calling it the work really highlights how much of a cult this all is. Once you notice how they always call it the work, you will perk up like a fucking dog hearing a whistle every time you hear the phrase the work. Like, you will no longer not be able to notice it. And it is crazy how often it is said. Like, actually insane. What is Cheryl is a personality that split off of you in 2009? Jesus Christ.
I'll say it. DEI is not a dirty word. Do it without saying it, though, is the way to go. That's where a lot of folks. And then for me,
do it without saying it. Anyone making tweets on companies removing DEI need to know that is part of the plan.
For what we've done at Stanley Consulting Group to help with this is we've been focused more on the inclusive side of things. So we've got a inclusive leadership workshop series that we have been providing to our customers, right? And it's a series of workshops from the foundational pieces all the way through to the more advanced aspects, including technology's role, men as allies, et cetera, et cetera.
Notice how he said men as allies? We need to make the men feel a bit better about capitulating to all of this nonsense. It was wrong of us to make them feel like enemies. We need to attract the flies with honey, as it were. It's not going to feel good, but you're going to have to make them feel good so that they agree to your ideological subversions.
But folks like us, you and I, we have a key role in keeping the conversation, keeping the momentum in a good way, and we're not weaponizing it, right? We're saying we're inclusive of all, and we want to help all. We want to make sure our organizations, our cultures, our societies can benefit from.
They see us as tools. I've said it before, and I've had people in chat get mad at me for it, but men are the architects of society. They are what build society and culture, and women are what maintain it. If men no longer feel the need to build society, it will collapse. And in the past decade, we've seen how many men feeling demoralized to the point of dropping out of society, dropping out of work, becoming NEETs. Their ideological hold has been making huge advances. And I think they're finally realizing as well making all men demoralized hasn't been helping them because they need those men to help build their cultural revolution as well.
These different practices, right? It's enough of us in this space to get that done.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I love the doing it without saying it. What I say is I'm sneaking in the DEI vegetables.
I'm sneaking in the DEI vegetables. You see, they don't want to eat it, but you gotta make them. So you slip a little bit of sneaky DEI veggies inside their mashed potatoes and their chicken tendies. And once they get used to those, you can introduce even more. And one day, you won't even need to sneak them in anymore because they'll willingly eat them.
There you go.
I was like,
I love it. Let me write that one down too.
We're going to sneak it in. You don't know it's broccoli, but it's broccoli in there.
I love how bold they are when they think they're talking to the people that believe with them. Because, like, I can't imagine any of them think that someone like me would come across this video and actually fucking watch it.
That's how it is, right? You make sure that the systems are inclusive. You model the behavior. You bring a lens of equity into the work and making sure everyone's voice is heard and seen and people feel valued and, all of that. And so, from the beginning of the equity equation, that's how we've, approached this work. We don't always have to say diversity, equity, and inclusion, but if we're working toward the outcomes of DEI, then it'll all get kind of pulled in there. And
once again, the language does not matter. Their work will perpetuate regardless of the words that they use, as it has done since the 30s and 40s, if not earlier.
Again, sneaking in those vegetables.
There you go. I love it.
So, Jermaine, for those who are probably curious, what are the things that you do to fill your cup? Like, how do you take care?
This is what I was talking about from the other video. When they say they embody the work and you have to do the work all the time, whether you're at work or at home or with your friends, filling your cup is how you sort of de-stress from constantly having to wage this cultural war by being a DEI warrior, by being someone who constantly has to embody this work, to be a model of behavior for other people.
Care of yourself as you're doing this work.
Wow, this is great. So I love the question.
Wow, this is great, he said with all of the enthusiasm of eating plain potato with nothing on it.
and you could probably relate to this. You're drawn to what your passion is, right? And me as a just about 6'5" Afro Latino, this is what I talk about when I give my keynote, from Detroit, Michigan. I felt awkward.
What?
Right? And now that I'm on the other side of my career, so to speak, I've been at this for a good while. My passion is about helping that next generation, right, of leaders, men and women alike, right? And I get it. That helps fill my cup.
You gotta make sure that once you are out of the workforce, people who perpetuate your ideology are there to replace you. You gotta be fomenting the leaders of tomorrow.
It keeps me motivated. And I don't look at it as, oh, this is just so big. Yeah. It's really big. We know this, right? But I don't look at it that way. Whatever I can do to help society in my way, I find gratitude in that. What keeps me moving is I work out 5 times a week. I meditate every day. And last I checked, I think I was like 960 some days or something like that. It's
what?
Wow.
Yes, consecutive. And
keeping track of his consecutive workout days. Okay.
Because, we're not always at our best self, and we need something to help offset when we get stressed and things like that. So the working out, being physically fit, and the meditation, along with the gratitude that you gain from just helping others benefit from the different changes a company can make, not only within their workforce, but also in the communities that they actually have a presence in. Because once we leave, when folks leave their offices, where do they go? They go home. They go to their communities. Yep. So if the company is pouring in to those.
I love how they reiterate what I've been saying from the Bridge Initiative, like almost immediately after I say it. It is just like perfect world, dude.
People and, experts like ourselves are helping the companies do that. I think that's a win for everybody. What do you think?
Listen, I have been talking about, the true work of DEI is what you do after 5. It is what you do when you get home. It's when you're in your communities, at your church, in your sororities and fraternities, all of those things. And so that is the true testament to what this work is and what it can do. So I appreciate that. So Jermaine, if folks wanted to get in contact with you, what is the best way for them to do that?
Yes, they can hit me at my email address. That's really direct, jstanley@stanleyconsults.com.
Would he answer emails?
Be there. I'm also on LinkedIn. Our company is on LinkedIn at LinkedIn at Stanley Consults, I believe. I think that's it. Yes. And then I have a personal LinkedIn account as well. They're kind of interconnected, so you can hit me there. I'm very responsive to either one of those methods. I'm also
I would like to make an email.
Formerly known as Twitter, X. They want to reach me there.
Yeah, you guys don't make email. I have some questions though.
From Prince.
Like Prince.
So, Stanley Consulting as well as my personal one, they're both, nothing crazy, just, something that will, I like to leave thought-provoking posts and things like that. We post regularly, and I'm always willing to, assist and come on your podcast. I really appreciate the opportunity.
No, I will reiterate, do not send this man emails. Do not. Not even just because it would ruin any opportunity if I wanted to ask questions, but also don't harass people like this. If you directly engage with them, you are just making your position come off as disingenuous and bad, and they'll have more ammo for why their work is important. Don't do that.
Yes, that's how folks can reach me.
Wonderful. But Jermaine,
she got a podcast? Yeah, we're watching it.
For being a part of this conversation. We'll have to have you back on to say, okay, let's see what's going on now in this space, because it's going to, I'm sure, continue to keep us on our toes. Yeah. So thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Absolutely. And everyone, thank you for tuning in to this episode. Hopefully you are thinking of ways that you can sneak in the DEI vegetables or do the work without saying the words, because this work is going to continue to happen. Please be sure to tune in every Tuesday.
She's so fucking smug, chat. She's so fucking smug. She's like, it's an assured victory.
5:15 p.m. Eastern, YouTube, or wherever you listen to your podcast. And until next time, have a good one.
Oh, okay, it's just an outro. I was wondering if there's gonna be anything else. Sneak it! Chat, how are you gonna sneak in those DEI vegetables? How are you gonna sneak? I'm glad we watched that. That had actual, good insight into what's happening. Very happy. Very happy we watched that and found that live. And let me just see if there's any other shorts that she's come out with. What the fuck is that? Oh man, I can't see the man's face anymore. I don't know what happened, but when I loaded a page, it showed me some dude's head. Oh. I'll have to look at this one in my own time. There's one on allyship in action, navigating LGBTQ+ issues in the workplace. I wanna watch that. I'll probably timestamp that one because that's also like half an hour long. Let's look at shorts, man. Let's look at shorts. Understanding. So these are all. They have one on cognitive dissonance. I wonder, right? I wonder when these were uploaded, because shorts don't show you their upload date. I know there's a way to look at it, but I can't remember what it is. We're gonna look at this one.
It's a very real challenge, and there are multiple types of cognitive dissonance. Folks who are from perhaps non-dominant groups, who, as a result of their own lived experiences, believe that they want to work at it and improve the system they are suffering in. Those are the honest to goodness advocates. They are really trying to save a burning house, right? And so the levels of burnout and the levels of failure, feeling like they've been failed by systems that are not honestly committed to what they were saying they were, that's a real thing. There's a huge global trend of burnout in the DEI advocacy profession and sector. And on the other hand, folks who feel they weren't ready for how much push they've been experiencing. As you explained, for example, certain identities or certain groups within an organization perhaps were over-indexed. It's a very real challenge.
What? 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 Before trying to improve the West, does she take a look at her own country? I just like, people are feeling burnout because they were promised certain things by companies pushing DEI, and because the work wasn't done correctly, they feel like they're let down. Non-dominant group of people. 1.41 billion Indian people. How many paragraphs did she try to stick in a single sentence? Can I link this in the Discord? Your work actually has consulting with Stanley. You'd like to show them this? Yeah. I could link you, or KB probably already has the link if I'm being honest with you, so he could probably link it as well. What's this one?
When we think about the messaging, it is breaking that messaging down so that people understand DEI impacts literally all of us. Because
why does she sound like when I do my really bitchy, uneducated woman voice? Like, I feel like I am listening in a mirror.
You're talking about a visible, diverse aspect of yourself or an invisible, diverse aspect of yourself. Your socioeconomic background, your upbringing, where you came from, all of these things truly impact what DEI entails. It's not just about checking a box of saying we've hired this person and this person and this person. It's also about once you get in that organization, what systems and policies need to be in place so you can do the best job that you're able to do with what you bring to the table.
If we had like diversity of upbringing and background, I would quite literally be the most diverse person on the planet. My upbringing is fucking wild, man. Like,
and there's so many things that come with that, right? So like you said, there's differently abled, there's neurodivergence, there are veterans, there are people who are caretakers of family members or elders in the home. There's so many different dynamics that go into DE&I besides the traditional, more visible, diverse aspects of our being. So when it comes to the messaging, it really is almost pointing it out.
I feel like they're bringing up all of these things that like never have been a part of DE&I because they need more intelligent ways to go about inserting this design. Because if they're just doing it on the immutable characteristics, this can go afoul of laws. And if they're wanting to be in compliance with laws, they're going to have to be like, oh, well, we didn't just pick this person based on the color of their skin. We picked them because of their diverse background. They were a caretaker. They mowed lawns for 10 years. They had these aspects that, like, you just didn't have, so you weren't as diverse. It's already going foul. True. Understanding the anti-DEI movement.
And so
what the fuck was that sound?
Do believe that a lot of, and I wouldn't say all, but there is a significant amount of this resistance that is based around fear. It is fear of it may be fear of a marginalized group.
It is astounding to me how every time they try to talk about their perceived ideological enemies, all they can do is project the tactics that they use to force people to capitulate with their ideology. Once again, circling back to Kim Belair. Strike fear into the company so that they feel like they need you.
coming up in the world, right? They're moving up the social ladder. And so in order for that group to move up, for some, they are interpreting it as they're losing out on something. It's like a scale. And in order for this part of the scale to go up, that means that this other part is going down.
No, that's not what we believe. That is the practice you are trying to put forth. You want to drag others down in order to push others up. It's a reality we can see with our fucking eyeballs, and you're asking us to not believe our lying eyes.
And that's not necessarily what people are advocating for. They're just advocating for the basic right to live, to love, to be who they are. And
oh my god, I'm so sick of that lie, dude. Holy shit. Good god. Navigating organizational health, tips for a toxic-free workplace. I don't think that one matters too much. Building the world I needed, self-advocacy, self-care, intentionality. Decolonize your mind. Okay, what's this one?
One of the big things that I have recently started doing is I am very much invested in my mental health and healing journey. I have a Black woman therapist who is, if she ever leaves me, child, I don't know what I would do. I love her. We meet twice a month. And like that has been the biggest and best and most impactful investment I've ever made in my entire life for the past 3 years.
Whenever I've brought up my therapist on stream, I don't think I ever referred to her as my white therapist. I did mention that she was a Christian, because I feel like when most people go to therapy, they go to like a normal therapy office, but this one was specifically run by a local church. So it was a little different in that regard. When is the therapist collab?
Every 2 weeks for the past 3 years, I have been meeting with her. And this is an opportunity for me to uproot and uncover and dig out all of the stuff that white supremacy has taught me to believe about myself, about people who look like me, about people who look like me in other parts of the world, the entire diaspora, and really root that out and replace it with something else. Something that's healing, something that's liberating, something that brings freedom to myself and to others that I...
What is she talking about? How does white supremacy force itself into her brain and make her think things about herself or other people? That doesn't... What? What? I don't understand what that means. Normal people don't think about race this much. True and real. True and real. Holy shit. What is this? What is this? Architects of DEI, navigating challenges in higher education.
I think you're absolutely right. I think that having this work to kind of disperse among, it becomes the responsibility of the whole university, all of our systems, all of our processes and offices, to hold these values, right? We hold the value that all of our students deserve, and they're not going to all get it, but They deserve to have a great education and a great community that not only wants them to survive, university life, which can be very challenging, but thrive. And I think...
What is this comment? Newest first. Like, what the fuck are you rejects even talking about? Do you think this is actual content? Thank you, Bromo Sapien. You have said what all of us are thinking. Fucking get him, King. Oh my god, what is happening? The role of empathy and effective leadership. I think this was the last one we watched when we were here before. I remember seeing this woman, so I think this is an old one. I think. I'm pretty sure. Reminder to not leave don't leave comments, do not interact, do not engage. It is not worth it. do not engage with these people. Do not let them claim there's harassment. What word they use would make a good drinking game without poisoning ourselves? I don't think you can. Reminder about the MSNBC link. Do I have an MSNBC link? KB. I'm looking at KB. It's travel reimbursement for abortions, the new corporate perk. Oh, this is only 5 minutes. Perfect. Perfect! 2 years ago, this has 15k views because it's on MSNBC's channel. As the country begins to grapple with the realities of Roe v. Wade being overturned, many companies seem to be stepping up to help their employees. After donating to lawmakers who backed abortion laws, Sasha Thompson joins Tiffany Cross to discuss the realities of women utilizing these new corporate perks. Interesting.
As the country begins to grapple with the realities of Roe v. Wade being overturned, some companies have seemed to be stepping up. AT&T, Disney, Microsoft, and Amazon are all among those who have publicly pledged to cover their employees' travel expenses so they can access abortions uninhibited.
Which is a little weird. I feel like it's a little weird to go like, hey, boss, someone needs some time off work, and I'm also going to need you to pay for my abortion. I remember covering this on stream when these companies said that they would do abortion reimbursement, but I did not know who this Sasha lady was at this point. I did not know, I wouldn't even have known to look for this interview at that point in time.
But all 4 companies have also donated to supporters of state abortion bans, the very laws that will make such travel necessary. Now, that's according to reporting
based AT&T
by Insider and Bloomberg, which NBC News has not yet independently verified. But according to Insider, AT&T actually tops this list with more than $1 million to anti-abortion lawmakers behind trigger laws in 13 states.
I don't like how they call it anti-abortion. Right, because like when everybody was melting down about the Supreme Court giving the states the right back to decide what they do in regards to abortion, the states that did start restricting it to only like 6 or 12 weeks, I don't see the issue with that. I don't think that is anti-abortion. Anti-abortion would be a complete ban in every single area, right? Like I don't see this as anti-abortion. I see this as making it slightly better than what we have now. I don't think like 3rd trimester abortions should be a thing. I don't think women should use abortions as fucking birth control. I think that is wild to me. And I really hate the like new pro-abortion instead of pro-choice language, because these people who are pro-abortion are just like sycophants to an ideology that doesn't make sense.
Now, we did reach out to all 4 companies. None responded except for Microsoft, which provided a statement that reads in part, Microsoft will continue to do everything we can under the law to support our employees in accessing critical health care. Microsoft did not respond to our question about contributions to anti-abortion lawmakers. Joining me now is Sasha Thompson. She's the CEO and founder of the Equity Equation. Sasha, so happy to have you here. I really want to get into this because AT&T plans...
Her podcast existed back then. If you look at the wall behind her, you can see where it spells out equation. It's like it's cut off, but that's the word equation, which means even back here, what year was this? Even back in 2022, she was doing the Equity Equation podcast.
To continue to provide financial support for employees who have to travel. However, we just said they're a part of the largest publicly traded corporate funder of politicians supporting these laws. So I'm just curious, what role does the private sector play in even creating this landscape? And what's their responsibility in fixing it? Because you can't dance with the devil and the Lord at the same time.
Absolutely. So thank you so much for having me, Tiffany. You know, this is...
And I'm still confused. How did she get on here? She is a literal fucking who. She's not someone like in the medical field. She's not a well-known activist. How did she get, how did they find her? What happened?
Something that really has come to the forefront in the last few years.
She knows people.
Prior to the summer of 2020, companies weren't making these types of statements. And so they're now feeling that they have to step.
Finally, in the year of our Lord, after Floyd, we can start having a progressive and more inclusive culture. We shall teach the tenets of how the world was bad and dark before Floyd, but after our saint unfortunately gave his life for our sins, we can now start to come together and create a better world. I'm so sick of hearing that preface literally everything they say, man.
But they have to say something. So that part of this is new. The giving to political campaigns is not. That has always been happening. And I think we're now at a time where employees and customers and clients are asking for more transparency. And so that's how we're starting to see both sides of this coin being played. We're starting to see, okay, wait a minute, you can't say one thing here and then act another way. And so we're starting...
Fucking Our Father, who fent in heaven, Floyd be thy name. Jesus Christ.
Starting to have this reconciliation that's taking place in corporate spaces.
Yeah, well, this reconciliation, there's always a discussion about it's not, should we look to the private sector to write this course? Maybe the private sector has too much role in shaping policy. It's the government's job to do that. But even when you talk about the private sector, to get benefits, to say, hey, I have to go travel to get an abortion, it's very invasive. One, you have to say to your boss, I have to have an abortion.
The fact that she thinks it's the government's job to provide access to these, I want the government involved in as few things as humanly possible. When government gets involved, things just get automatically worse.
And the assumption is everyone has an office job, right? That they'll be able to do that. Not everyone has that level of employment. So it still seems like it's...
The implication is that everyone has an office job, not everyone has that level of employment. That just kind of like fucking brain blasted me into how everybody complains that there's not enough women in these like cushy office jobs and in the upper echelons of a corporate atmosphere, but nobody ever really talks about why aren't there more women construction workers or plumbers or any of that, those dirty jobs. Don't look at those.
Outside of being invasive, you're still having to get permission to go govern your own, what happens to your own body.
You have to get permission like a fucking child for sick leave in most of these jobs. When I worked at the insurance company and I wanted to take sick leave, I had to go to my doctor and get a doctor's note saying that I was ill. Otherwise, they wouldn't let me take time off. And so it's just like, they've always infantilized you. How is this any different? I don't like that they do that. You should just be able to be like, yeah, I'm sick, I need the day off. But like, you can't. So it's just like, why is she making it seem like having to be like, Mr. Employer, I need you to pay for my abortion is any worse than the treatment that already happens? None of it should happen, asterisk. Right? But still, just come into work puking all over everything. I actually got in trouble for that as well. I had my boss be like, you're taking too many bathroom breaks. And I'm just like, I'm vomiting. What do you want from me?
Is there a different path that the private sector can take to make it a little less invasive?
So I think quite a few companies are seeing that there's challenges there, especially if they are dealing with issues of trust and psychological safety lacking within the corporate space.
You saying vomiting from my anus also made me remember that these fucking soulless corporations were like, our employees are spending too much time in the bathroom. We need to make specially sloped toilets so that when our employees go to the bathroom, they only stay as long as is necessary to finish their business. We can't have them looking at their phones in the bathroom. And you expect companies that perpetrate a like slanted toilet to make you uncomfortable policy would give a single fucking shit about the abortion crap? Are you kidding me?
And so many of them are looking to see how can we take ourselves out of this process? How can we have our employees just work directly with their healthcare providers? Or is there a process that we can go through where we don't know what their medical condition is? And
what are these fucking background noises that it's like somebody's just like constantly moving papers. Like Alex Jones is looking for the meme on his desk in the background.
They're just asking for medical travel assistance. And so they're putting other types of medical travel activities under that umbrella. So they're starting to look at ways to review their policies and see how they can help with some of that privacy. But again, this is so new that many of them are still trying to figure this out.
That's it, I guess. That was the interview. Interesting. Alex Jones should be a Goblin VTuber. Question, when did she buy the ring light? I don't know. It's over, dude. You heard words but not ideas. Yeah, I don't really know what the fuck was going on with that. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. I know. Let me close some of these tabs I have here. I'm closing tabs, chat? Brace for impact? Just want to make sure I got through everything that I brought up here. Yeah. Alright, okay. She's closing tabs. I think that goes through everything from today that I wanted to touch on about Bridge. I know, I guess that took up the majority of my stream time. But Bridge stuff, in my opinion, always takes the important news slot from anything else I wanted to talk about, since I am basically the only person talking about Bridge. New video was a priority. That was a priority. Let's listen to some more idiotic opinions before we close out today. I have a video here. That was a couple minutes long. About listen to what people think about July 13th.
It's a false flag.
False flag.
Yeah, false flag.
Somebody died and 2 people injured. What do you think about that?
False flag.
False flag.
I thought it was magnificently staged. It was professionally done. It almost looked real.
Wait. Staged by who?
Oh, by Mr. Trump, of course.
I think this whole thing is staged.
You think it was staged?
Yeah.
It depends on everybody's view. Yeah.
View of the assassination attempt? What do you think? Does it kind of depend on where you're standing, whether or not you agree with the assassination attempt or disagree with it?
I just don't see that being the truth, but that's I'd rather just not make any comment.
Really quick, what are you talking about the truth? What do you mean? Oh, you just don't believe it was an assassination attempt?
No.
Please don't. We're so anti-Trump. I don't even want to.
Was it a bad thing, though? Was it a bad thing? Would you condemn it?
Oh, that he got shot at? Of course.
Yeah, right.
Of course, you don't do that.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, that's really bad. Yeah, exactly. You don't do that. Was it staged? Probably.
Staged? Okay, so you think Trump maybe staged a fake assassination for support? Okay. And that resulted in somebody dying and other people being critically injured?
I haven't seen the news today. I'm not here for the news. I haven't seen anything. I'm on vacation.
So you just thought it was fake?
Of course.
One person died in the crowd, 2 critically injured. What happened there?
Small price. It wouldn't matter to Trump. Do you think he cares if people die for him to be elected? That doesn't mean anything to Trump.
Now, staged from whose side? Do you think Donald Trump staged it for attention?
Could be, or it could be the other side trying to make a scene or something. But I don't. The fact that he only got his ear and he would stood up and said America. I don't. Come on.
Right.
It doesn't feel normal.
What is our evidence for suggesting that it was a fake assassination
I
attempt?
think that he walked away alive with perhaps a scratch on his ear.
Yeah, he grazed his ear.
Yeah. Of course, behind the scenes, that was all fabricated. Some noise, they put a little scratch on his ear, threw a little blood on his face.
Now, so you think that they planned from 130 yards away to shoot off the corner of his ear?
And they never shot off the corner of his ear. That was all done by the people hanging around him. Nobody ever shot off his ear.
Okay, so you just see it grazing his ear as maybe not real. What about the people that died what about the father that died in the stand as well as the others that were critically injured?
I don't know. I can't tell, but to me it just looks like it was planned, and bless that guy's soul for dying for this cause. I'm so sorry for that person's family.
So you think, if we're thinking that that's a big thing to think, is that Donald Trump's administration faked an assassination, got people killed to try to do this. What would you say our reasoning is for saying that, or we have no reasoning?
Just the feeling. Just the feeling.
I haven't paid attention to anything right now because that's not where my mind is at right now. Okay. So as of right now, I just, like I said, I didn't want to talk about it.
Well, if we're not paying attention, is the right move to say that Donald Trump staged the assassination and faked an assassination against himself? Is that the right move, or is the right move just to say, I don't know?
I'm just gonna say I don't know. I'm on vacation.
Oh well, you know you're against stuff.
You can't take it back now.
Out against being against all this other fake crap that you pull. If Trump is involved, it's a fraud.
That was like a powerful moment after he got shot. Bro got shot in the ear, and he like, I don't know. He showed everyone that he's strong and stuff. So
what are your thoughts?
Thank
about those
you,
movies?
GTA character, for being the smartest one.
Assassination attempt.
Yeah, a lot of people are easily fooled by Donald Trump. Yeah, they're foolish.
GTA guy knows. What I find very interesting is how all of these people are so sure that this has been staged because Trump is some horrible person who wants attention, that they don't stop and think how they are the side that championed the families of Sandy Hook being able to financially go after Alex Jones and have him pay copious amounts of money for even suggesting that it would have been a false flag. And so even if you wanted to pontificate on maybe the Secret Service, they've proven that they dislike Trump, they've been infiltrated by DEI standards, like maybe they're just ineffectual. Even if you wanted to look at it from that degree, these people should be held to the same standard that Alex Jones was. Why wouldn't they be? They're the ones who put that on the playing field. Why should they be allowed to call something a false flag without repercussion when there have been repercussions otherwise? I feel like if you want to talk about conspiracy theory, that should be fine. If these people want to talk about maybe Trump planned it, I don't think he did, to be fair, right? Like I don't think that. But if these people want to go on podcasts or go on the street or talk about in their own homes, like maybe Trump planned it, he's a narcissist in my opinion, and he would do anything for attention, and this way he gets more support because everyone loves a martyr. Right? If they want to talk about that, they should be able to. But they have set the rules of engagement, being that if you say that in a position where someone has been shot and killed, that it is a false flag, you can now be held financially responsible for that saying. Victims' families need to lawyer up. Dude, if I would absolutely be doing that if I saw this shit. It's about as plausible that 9/11 was an inside job. You don't know how much Trump knew, but it was allowed to happen. Trump should sue for $1 trillion. Yeah, I've been seeing a bunch of the videos coming out. I've been seeing a bunch of the videos of hesitating to shoot the person on the roof. We watched that one video when it was happening of that guy being like, I told police officers there's somebody doing suspicious things over by this building and getting up on the roof. I don't know why they didn't respond, right? Like there's definitely some weird things going on, but I feel like personally, especially when you have things like I don't have time to read it, but like especially when we have things like the Secret Service director gives a bizarre reason for why an agent wasn't on the roof, or the gunman Thomas Matthew Crooks opened fire on Trump as she rejects calls to resign. That building in particular has a sloped roof at its highest point, and she was claiming that it represented a challenge and a safety issue if she had put an agent there. And it's like, I don't believe that this is some sort of like planned thing. I feel like this is incompetence. I feel like these are people who have positions that they got through DEI policies that they should not be in. This is competency crisis in action. And if I'm wrong and there was some conspiracy, I'll admit to that, but like this is just how I feel. Not putting an agent there is the safety. Yeah, right? Yeah, right? Monya. The Secret Service didn't have an agent on the roof because the CIA had their guy up there. True. The roof the Secret Service snipers are on were sloped. Yeah, they were on other sloped roofs as well. It's such a... Why isn't she fired? This is why I agree when Trump says he wants to get rid of the FBI. I think in their current iteration, they do nothing but damage. They do nothing but work against the American people. Yeah, thank God he missed, dude. The roofs had steeper slopes, too. She was telling the truth. The Secret Service put their own safety over Trump's, just like that woman who hid behind Trump instead of joining the other Secret Service members in piling on him to protect him. If you're in the Secret Service, your duty is to put the president's life ahead of your own. That is what your job is. And if you aren't willing to do that, you don't deserve that job. Did I see the shooting anime? I did. That's a fucking hilarious video. And now I will check Nim's DM. You think me and Asmon would agree? How long is this? I'm extending stream so much! This is 32 minutes! This is 32 minutes! I'm glad that Australian government person called for fucking Tenacious D to be deported. I'm glad that happened. Man, oh god. Oh god, hold. The media, Tenacious D must be deported immediately. Glad this happened, right? Glad this happened. And then we have the New York Post here running defense. Blindsided Jack Black addresses Tenacious D bandmate. Shameful comment about Trump assassination attempt. Jack Black's Tenacious D bandmate calls for more attacks on Trump.
Happy birthday, dear Kyle. Happy birthday to you. Make a wish, Canada. Don't miss Trump next time. Thank you.
What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit that guy is.
I wasn't expecting the DSP at the end there. I was expecting the DSP. Holy shit. Jack Black apparently canceled their tour. Apparently canceled their tour. Like, if Jack Black had a problem with it, he would have said something. Jack Black has said he's canceled the rest of the Tenacious D World Tour after his bandmate Kyle Gass sparked an outcry with a comment about the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. The comedy rock group were on stage in Sydney, Australia on Sunday when Gass was asked to make a wish after being presented with a cake for his 64th birthday. He appeared to reply, "Don't miss Trump next time." In a statement on Instagram, Black said he was blindsided by the comment. "I would never condone hate speech or encourage political violence in any form," the comedian and actor wrote. He said he didn't feel it was appropriate to continue the Tenacious D tour and that the rest of the group's creative plans are on hold. Black added that he is grateful to the fans for their support and understanding, and the controversy had already led to Tuesday night's gig in Newcastle, New South Wales, being postponed. Gass apologized for the comment on Instagram, saying it was a severe lack of judgment. The line I improvised on stage Sunday night in Sydney was highly inappropriate, dangerous, and a terrible mistake. I don't believe this. You don't say something like that to a massive crowd that you are in unless you believe you are untouchable in saying so. They didn't cancel. They were canceled. I don't condone violence of any kind in any form against anyone. What happened was a tragedy, and I'm incredibly sorry for my severe lack of judgment. I profoundly apologize to those I've let down and truly regret any pain I've caused. Okay, Tricky. Gass also split with his agent following the incident. Due to what occurred, we have parted ways, Michael Green of Green Talent told BBC News. I like this language here. Gass also split with his talent, whereas this next sentence makes it sound like the talent manager dropped him, rightfully so. While many in the Sydney crowd can be heard laughing in video from the concert, the comment launched an angry reaction on social media, with ex-owner Elon Musk calling it evil. United Australia Senator Ralph Babbitt asked for the band to be deported. In a statement, he has said the duo should be immediately removed from the country after wishing for the assassination of Donald Trump at their Sydney concert. And I had the memeology video I got from a tweet that I don't have up here anymore. But there was I thought that the video would have the context where Jack Black responded after the joke, but it didn't. And I can't remember off the top of my head what he said. I can't remember. Munya. And then the last thing, I gotta be very careful here. Wait, hold on. Nim, every time I play a video that you guys embed for me in Discord, it always has copyrighted music. If this has copyrighted music, I don't wanna play it. Getting through a 5-hour stream and then playing like a 30-second thing and then getting demonetized feels real fucking bad, dude. Like, at least with my limited ad revenue, I'll get those 3 pennies from Google, right? She'll flay your penis. There's a picture of the shooter's dead face, though. Yeah, there is. I can't show that on stream. Freedom of speech from government action extends to unpopular speech, else it means nothing. Yes. Shadow Cyber Demon, thank you for the 5 Canadians. The only reason he said this was optics, his views about harming the political opposition never changed. Exactly. Exactly. Destiny was called out by Piers Morgan. Oh, thank fuck. Oh, thank God, dude. Did I get the Twitter monetization? I did. My Twitter monetization is back. Thank you guys for all of the adding and the help. And again, where is my browser? Where's my browser? You're gonna go take a shower. You were just trying to cheer me up. That doesn't answer my question! That doesn't answer my question! My question was, does it have copyright in it? If yes, I won't play. If no, I will play. Why do I ask you a simple question and your response is, I'm just gonna go shower instead of answering your question? I don't understand. I don't understand. You post 1,000,000 times in chat for me to go look at it, but then when I'm about to and I ask you a question, you're just like, no, I'm just gonna leave. What is this woman moment? Glue his pee hole shut. I don't know, I'm getting naked. My work here is done. Yeah, it's Ashley St. Clair and Tony Ortiz also really helped in getting people at Twitter to notice that my monetization was an issue. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate them. Big thanks. Big thanks. We're winning. We're winning. I guess Nim is not going to answer me, so I'm going to take the safe route and not play the video because I don't know. I don't know what it is. Mods are here to, like, vet things so that I can ask them a question before playing it to make sure it's safe for stream. It's very confusing. Ashley St. Clair is great. She seems very sweet. I haven't interacted with her prior to yesterday. Can't sand the balls off a mod. They have them removed as part of becoming a mod. True. True and real. Let me see who is online today. Let's see who's online. No. Mods be the canary in the coal mine. Gaming. We're gaming. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I'm gonna go touch. Raid Bagman? Yeah, I think that Bossman Jack. Why would I raid him? What is wrong with you? I'm gonna go raid the Bagman. Bagman's doing Bagman things. Bagman doing Bagman things!
Like, okay, I was like...
He's wearing his America t-shirt.
Stood.
No, stop it, Bagman! I can't hear your voice yet! Shh! Shh, Bagman! Shh! Shh, Bagman! Alright, I got it. My browser's working. My browser's working? Okay. Oh man, I hope you guys don't have super mush brain from all of our DEI bridge diving we did today. The video will be up after I end the stream. It's a bit of a long video. It's also talking about bridge stuff after this Microsoft announcement. So check out that video, even if your brain's too mushy to watch it. Touch the like, touch the thumbs up button. I'm doing the thing. I feel weird. I'm a tomato. Oh, but fuck chat. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you guys. I will see you on Thursday. This week we have a special Thursday stream because there's an MMO coming out. And I used to play MMOs. So we're gonna be playing Throne and Liberty beta on Thursday stream! See you guys on Thursday at the usual time for some Throne and Liberty. I'll see you guys then. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Go give Bagman some thick fucking love. Have a great rest of your night. Bye bye. Bye bye.